Okay, so we left off just after the fight with the werelions that tried but were unsuccessful in keeping penned up inside the uh, refuge where the Enver soldiers have been hiding out. Um, and you just gathered back around your campsite with Zilpha taking care of the wounds that she took and the one other wounded soldier. And that's where we left off. So,
Let's see a map.
oh hey, you guys want to see the map too?
Yeah,
Oh,
I wouldn't
sometimes.
mind.
We've seen it before, so.
I was looking at it. Why can't you see it?
Well, you know, imagination time.
Yeah, it's all good. So, looking over at the bodies and then seeing Zilpha, I imagine, come walking back in camp pretty scraped up.
Yeah. Zilpha comes in. She walks in, she dismounts from Larry, she takes care of Larry, makes sure that he's cared for and fed, and then kind of walks over to Kavik and kind of privately addresses him. Not so privately that others can't hear. It's not like she drags him off into a secret place, but she's like, I think we have a problem.
Oh, bother. Not a problem.
Quick raises an eyebrow and sees the blood and lets a look of worry come across his brow. Not really saying anything about it. And not really sure exactly what she's saying, not knowing enough about it.
Well, let me spell it out for you. It's like I was pretty mauled up by one of those werelions, and so, I don't know for sure 100%, but I have a strong suspicion that, based on the fact that, I've lived life and seen things, that I'm probably infected. And I don't know about the other soldier who took wounds. He might also be. But we need to get to a priest of Attain ASAP. And I don't know exactly where the closest one is. I know Barrick had said that there was one within a couple of weeks. The only one I knew about was in Fort Haravan. We need to try to find the closest one, and we need to get there as quickly as possible. Droxer might know. Droxer might know.
Droxer's back at Fort Benson.
He is.
Maybe that was where we last knew of his location. We need to find a way to contact Lord Barry as soon as possible, and maybe we can find out more that way.
Well, we is still hanging out with what's her name? Whose name I can't remember.
Several days away from Fort Benson.
Gloria.
Only, what?
Gloria, yeah.
A day or so away from the Orc Fort?
I think less, right? Am I mistaken, Elena? Less than a day from the Orc Fort?
Well, it depends on how we travel. We gotta, if we travel with...
At a normal a normal rate, it would be day and a half, almost 2 days.
We can travel faster than that, but not all of us.
Right. Maybe some of us can travel back with the rest of the encampment, but maybe a few of us can head out and get there more quickly and get Weah to talk. Of course, that puts us further away from Fort Benson, but we get information sooner.
I don't know. It's a chance either way. We can get the information faster if we talk to Wea, but if Droxer is no longer in
So
Fort Benson,
if you are infected, what type of timelines are we looking at?
I don't know. I know changes take place
You can,
before the next full moon will happen.
I mean,
So it's not like we have the
will you turn
full
into a
4
cat
weeks.
like here within the next week or tomorrow or?
Not until the next
No,
full moon.
Zilpha, you would know. Zilpha, you would know from your training that a were creature does not shift for the first time until the night of the next full moon.
Yeah, but I also know from what you've told me that there are changes that take place before that time. They're not
Like-
full
This is true.
transformative
Like-
changes.
Like the changes that we saw from the men
Yeah, exactly.
that
And
just so happened.
you don't want to see me getting ornery. I know that.
Oh, I've already seen you ornery, so
Are there pigeons?
Pardon?
Pigeons.
Okay,
Messengers
so
back and
they've
forth.
sort of stepped aside. They're having this conversation. What are the rest of you guys doing at this point?
Well, and Tixos, I bet, is eating something.
Oh, bother. Combat always makes me hungry. Let's see if I have any food, Akar. I'll go through my backpack. I might have something in here.
If nothing else, my invisible servants did prepare bland food when they set up the camp.
Oh, bother. All I've got left is 7 rations. Well, at least they're savory enough. Maybe they'll push out some of that vegetable stuff I had inside.
Sid?
I go sit next to the fat one.
Ah, ah, ah.
Hello?
Mic check?
yeah.
Did
I
everybody
think everything's
die?
working. Think so. We're all in deep thought. So,
I can't hear Elena, but I
Zilpha.
can hear Josh and Kavik. Can you hear me?
yes,
Yeah.
But I don't hear Elena.
I don't see her lighting up yet, so.
I see her lighting up, but I'm not hearing anything.
That's kind of sporadic. May have been like keystrokes or something.
Might be typing.
Maybe the internet went down.
I hope not. I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, so far good on this end.
Bother.
I mean, I'm hearing everybody pretty good as they're going.
Okay.
Sid, I didn't hear anything that you might have said.
I didn't say that much.
He only
as far
said
as
he
what
only
you were
mentioned about
doing.
going sitting down.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's the only thing he's mentioned.
Okay. So, yeah, just go ahead and if you want to finish up what you're talking about there.
Okay. So, it's kind of your situation. Sounds like we sort of have time, but I mean, if there's something that can be done to treat this, we need information first. So that's kind of sounded like we get to the Orc Fort as soon as possible to have we get a hold of Lord of Barry and go from there.
Oh, bother. Does that mean we don't have time for a snack? Oh, well, I guess I'll get beef saddled up.
I think that you're right, Kavik. The faster that we go, the better. I don't know because all I know in my training is that changes take place before the transformation, but I don't know the rate at which those changes take place. You know, it could happen just a few days before the transformation, or it could start right away. I don't know.
Right.
And I don't want to risk any of our
Well,
friends or any of our animals.
the sooner we can find out if there's any kind of cure or
Mm.
whatever, or anything that can be done to alleviate effects, the better.
Yeah.
I mean, have you healed yourself up fully?
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
fully
are
healed,
you?
and so
Is
is
there
the
anything that um, oh shoot, Devon can do? Is he still around?
Barrick was the guy who was
Barrick. Has any local remedies that might be applied to help?
You actually haven't seen Barrick since about halfway through the fight.
that sumbitch.
He was moving back and forth, kind of indecisively on the bridge. Looked like he was debating on whether or not to try to go help with the fight on the far side of the ravine, or move back towards the group itself. And somewhere in the fight, he just sort of disappeared.
Right. Well, Zed also
We need
had
to go
some
look
healing.
for him real quick. Take a quick scout around, see if he's nearby, lost in the woods in the dark or something.
While you do
maybe-
that, I'm going to go talk to Zed. Zed seemed to have some healing knowledge also, so I'll go talk to him.
Maybe he
All right.
just fell in the river. Maybe we'll meet up with him
I'll,
at Port Hairvan one of these days.
I'll jump on Nubs and take a ride around the encampment, half mile out and about. See if I
Mic check.
can't find anything.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Maybe
Yep,
he did fall in the
all
river.
you find, Vic, as you along the road heading out north is you see some footprints from some footprints probably from him, and it looks like his pouch of sling bullets and sling have snagged on a bush, and he just kept going without them.
All right. Well, I'll pick those up in case we run into him. He'll need them again. Easy enough to pocket and set up.
Right. There are 40 sling bullets in the pouch.
Okay, how many?
40?
40? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Zelfa's going to go over to Zed and talk to him about how, I know that, Zed, I know that you treated the soldiers who were infected before, and you took care of their wounds. Were you aware that they'd been infected?
No.
Do you know of
Otherwise-
anything?
No.
Go ahead.
You guys
Yeah.
possibly encounter a giant lately?
Yes.
Give you a mission?
Not exactly. The giant that we encountered had already been killed by another giant. Unfortunately. Apparently he was a friend of Lord Barry's.
Aaron Tyler's.
Lord Tyler's, that's right. Thank you.
So you didn't know Dorgorald?
No. Who was that?
But you're sure he's dead?
Well, we saw a dead giant. Yeah. We saw his body.
Cannot help you with blind people. That is beyond my viewing knowledge.
I understand. I understand. Thought I should ask. We might need to make some quick travel. Do you have a mount?
Travel most of the way on foot. I have Giuseppe and Fluffy. Very sturdy legs.
Giuseppe's a mule. Is that Giuseppe right here?
Giuseppe is a very fine donkey.
He's a donkey.
Donkey. Okay. All right. Thank you, Zed.
Josh, intelligence check, please. I'm guessing you have another tab open.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just let me know about the time I come riding back in camp.
That was just 1 point off your intelligence, Josh?
So, no. I don't think so. That was well over my intelligence.
That's 2, okay. Okay. You notice as Zed was looking at where you've got the big tome set up or set aside, that he was looking at it really intently.
Oh, bother. Are you able to read that?
I recognize it, yes.
Oh, well. If you ever try to open it, you might want to put those little plate things on the outside of it first. Otherwise, you'll end up looking like me.
Explain.
I don't know where the plate thingies are, but they're important.
Say look like you.
No, I don't. I think you have a hearing problem. That's not what I said.
Said if I do not put the plates on, I could end up looking like you. Please explain that.
No.
Just out of curiosity, who actually has the keystone and the key?
I think Vic does. And
Yes.
we talked about the rune stones, and he didn't want the rune stones, so I said, okay, I got all the rune stones, which I assumed was also including the one particular one in question. And as far as the key goes, if he doesn't have it, I have it. If he's got it in his inventory, then he has it.
I didn't put anything in my inventory.
Okay, so Quick's got it.
Okay.
I didn't even put the book in my inventory.
Yes, you are correct. You're back in camp.
Okay.
I just kind of assumed we were going to have a token for it.
You found the signs from Barrack only like 150 yards or so away from the camp.
Okay. So Quick comes riding back in the camp, and that ties up his pony, and informs everyone, is like, well, looks like Barrick's gone. Unless we want to try and chase him down. All I could find was barely found the tracks, and these got left behind. Um, his sling bullets and sling that were snagged on a branch.
Any sign that he was wounded? Did you see any blood?
Didn't see any blood.
Hmm.
From the stride, I mean, halfling stride's not very big anyways. Didn't even look like he was running. So it can't be that far off, I wouldn't think, but I mean, I rode a little bit further on up, but there's no sign of him. It's dark and didn't want to get too far away, so.
Oh, you did right.
Did I hear any of the conversation about the book?
Yeah, you would have heard that as you were coming back up.
Okay. So, well, so you guys, what's this about the book? You want to get into it?
Does there are plates?
Yeah, these we'll need these to get safely in it, and the book's trapped, doubly so. Hang on, let me find this. Let's see. He pulls out the key quick enough, and he hands the key over to Zed. He goes, "Stand by, don't touch anything yet." And he goes digging through the sack. He's got to find that one particular rune again. And he digs through it a bit, and here it looks up. No, that's not it. It takes a few moments to finally find the right one. I think this is it. You should be able to tell as it goes. It basically latches itself onto the book when you get it close enough, or as you go to place it on the book. It will deactivate it, and then you should be able to use the key. And just make sure the runes match. If it's not, I'll keep looking. And he hands one over.
So it was doubly trapped?
Yeah. Yeah, it's double trapped. You need to have the rune on there first to deactivate the first level of trap, and then the key.
What happens if you do not?
You end up looking like Antixos?
Part of it. So
No, it's I'm assuming Antixos means the injuries he's sustained. He got knocked back from the book when he tried using the key without the rune. Some force knocked him back, which happened to turn into a 8-foot fall.
Yeah, more like a 10-foot, better than a 10-foot fall.
10-foot fall from where the book was actually located. But anyways, it's just highly advised not to. It's well protected.
where was the book located?
It's on a sled somewhere here in camp, so just find a spot.
Where was it when you found it?
Next to the north tent.
When we found it in the giant's home, it was on the giant's desk, which was very tall.
So you were in Master Jorgagal's house?
Didn't know his name. Sorry. Did Lord Tyler ever tell us the name?
No, he didn't.
I don't remember any names.
No, he did not.
Yeah, don't. We never was given a name.
He just mentioned a cloud giant.
Yeah, that's the only description we got.
We just found a rotting corpse of some kind of giant. That's it.
Very good. Can I see that rune and key, please?
Yep, I've handed it over.
I will go examine the book if we're going to stay here for...
I imagine we'll be resting up overnight here, and then
Yeah.
probably be
We
heading
just
out in the morning.
fought, and We just fought, and the animals need rest before we travel. If we're gonna try to push them at all, they need to rest.
I'll need to study my spell book in the morning, or maybe on the third guard shift if we're doing guard shifts.
I'll meet you on the third guard shift, and we'll do the same. Silva's gonna go over to Antixos and just kind of quietly question him if he is familiar with such creatures as we fought tonight and their transformation. Has he ever experienced anything like this before? Has he seen anything?
Well, I don't know much about anything. I just started adventuring just when you found me in the fort. I haven't been around anywhere.
Silva will go to a car
And
ask
yeah,
this-
that is an accurate representation of the size of the book there.
Nice. Silva will go to a car and kind of question him the same way. Does he have any experience of with the creatures that we've dealt with tonight, or
No, he does not.
they'll go over to Edward and ask him.
Okay, so Zed, following Kidvik's instructions, you bring the runestone, the keystone up to next to lock plate, and then use the key to unlock it. You open it, and
Yes, I would like to do that.
this is what you see.
Vic's looking over his shoulder, or off from one side.
Wow.
Wow.
As you're looking through it, it's quickly fairly obvious that Jargarald was an invoker, and his spells are noted kind of strangely. Is that half of the what's written is in arcane notation and of various types, and the other half is in the Xandar alphabet, which is what you read. So you can decipher what all of the spells are, but not necessarily read the spells themselves.
Did
The book also contains a lot of different notes on different types of giantess runes for their rune casting and such. So I made that available. Josh, I just made your magic item notes handout visible to everybody for the time being, since this is where I had all that written out.
Oh, okay. Not just one handout for the book.
Right. And that as he's reading it out, he's able to tell you that the title on the book is, I copied a little too much. You can see that. Okay. Yeah. It's titled Jorgerald's Notes on the Peculiarities of Evocation Magic. And then it got it written out there what all the different pages are pertaining to in it. And it's over 200 pages total, so not all of it appears to be spells.
That looks like a bunch of gibberish to me. You can actually read that?
Yeah, some of it. Looks like he's got a bunch of spells that I just learned how to cast, actually. Except for Enlarge there, I can never cast that, because that's alteration. It's one of my bard schools. I'm
You
barred
sure you
from
didn't
learning
already?
that. I actually cannot learn any alteration spells. So no, I did not already. But
Correct,
I can
Chuckles.
learn this wall of fog and this magic missile and this shield spell. I already know this protection from evil spell here. I can't tell what this spell is here on pages 14 to 17. But this one after the fact, that's a flaming sphere spell. I could learn that one right now if I had some time. That might actually be useful. And then detect invisibility. Well, since that's not above the third circle of casting, I can learn how to cast that. Looks like there's some more stuff here I don't understand, but ooh, look at this here. It's a stinking cloud spell. I can learn how to cast that if I had some time. And then there's some more weird notes. And then some spells that I'm not powerful enough to learn yet. But in time I will, looks like. Except for some of the alteration stuff. Well, actually all the alteration stuff. There's about four alteration spells. Permanency's on there too. That's alteration, and I can't learn that.
So, Zed it was, right? You knew this giant?
We had not met. No.
But you know of him. You know his name. How do you know his name?
It's on the book.
No, but you talked about the giant's name before we had the book.
Not important. Dead. The book's here.
Hmm.
Possibly a disease kill us all.
What was that about a disease?
Kill us all.
Well, I don't see anything in here about no disease.
Sure. Speaking of the lions attacking those people.
That disease.
If it's a disease.
Oh, you're talking about the lycanthropy thing with Zilpha?
Called it, yes.
Oh. I don't know anything about that, but there's nothing in the book about that, as far as I can tell. Unless it's one of them spell casting notes I can't read. I mean, rune casting notes I can't read.
Yeah, I don't see how that's related. Those cats were supposedly to the west of here, and the giant's house was off to the northeast.
Okay. I understand we had some catch up stuff. Kind of leaving Aaron hanging at this point. So if we can, if you guys can figure out what your plan is, how you're going to move forward here, so we can get him included. Thank you for being patient.
Think, as far as I know, I think the plan is to pack up in the morning and head to the Orc Fort in the morning.
Yeah, that seems
I
the
don't know
best
if-
bet.
Okay. Are you guys going to stay with the platoon from the rear detachment, or are you going to push forward ahead quick time on your own?
Zilva, do you think we need to quick time ahead with a smaller group of us, or?
Well, the faster we get the information, the better. But, pushing ahead at this point, we know that there's not a Temple of Attain anytime within the next day or so. It's going to be, Barrick was talking about 2 weeks. So, I mean, there might be a time for pushing ahead, but I'm not sure this is it.
Okay. So it's
Um,
better just to keep our numbers and travel
Yeah,
together. Okay.
I agree.
Okay. So, for Zed and Antixos, any of the spells in the tome that you are able to learn, because of how the strange notation, it will take twice as long to transcribe those into your spell books and actually learn them. So basically, it's going to be 2 days per page instead of one. So when you guys get to a point where you can sit down, or if you want to, and stuff like that, just to track the timing, it would take a bit longer because of the strange notation. All right, so you rest up for the rest of the night. Guard shifts are pretty quiet when it's all said and done. Get a lot of wrestling and jangling with the soldiers in their separate encampment to the south there. You set out the next morning. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Okay. The draft horses, they're having a bit of trouble getting them moving since they're down one, and so the entire procession looks like it's going to probably take an extra day or two to get to Orkwatch, with the one wagon being slowed because the draft horse got eaten. So at this point, it's looking like 3 to 4 days to reach the fort, rather than 1.5.
3 or 4 days.
We don't have that.
Yeah.
We don't have that. We're going to have to push a little bit.
Okay, so you guys are going to leave the soldiers to make their own way then? Is that what I'm getting from that?
Well, we're going to
Yeah.
have to, because Zilpha is our main priority right now as far as loyalty goes. I feel more loyal to Zilpha than I do to these soldiers. No offense, soldiers.
Yeah,
No, not to worry. From what we saw last night, I don't have a problem with you guys pushing ahead. Not in the least.
do we, it'd be
So,
advisable
we'll catch
that
up with you.
your injured man, if you can spare him, should probably come back with us too. I mean, if there's something we can do for them, he would need to be looked after too, I would think, yes?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He needs to come too. I don't know his condition, but
Just know it's this guy.
he needs to come with us.
Okay. Right. They don't have any horses to spare since they're having trouble with the wagons already. So they just said him. He just says, "I can jog along and keep up with y'all." He's actually looks like he's feeling pretty good, all things told, after you healed him up. So you guys go ahead and push forward, and Um, so,
I think we need to keep the key and stones if we're leaving the book behind. I don't know about leaving the book behind, but I guess we need to. But yeah, let's keep the key and stone on your person. If Zed wants to
Yeah.
hang on to it, that's fine, but don't leave it with the book. Just tell people to not mess with the book, or bad things happen.
Yeah.
hey, what happened there? Oh, I ran the macro twice too close together. Okay, so count the weather. Add the day on the little calendar thing there. At around 2 in the afternoon on the 15th, as you guys are tokens are in weird places for this, but as you guys are approaching the fort, you see coming down the hill from the top of the ridge to the north, a, a giant. It looks very similar to the dead one that you'd found, though considerably younger. He's wearing a large, kind of floppy hat and a heavy cloak. He's clutching a large, kind of like a message pouch. He pauses next to the stone bier on the hillside and holds his hands out in front of him, palms together, and just stops and holding that position and waiting. It looks like he's watching Sorella and Chester as they ride up around toward they obviously seen him and are riding up around towards him. Zed, you recognize that this is a typical posture that giants will use when they're seeking to parley. So Sorella and Chester ride up, speak with him for a moment, and then escort him down towards the gates of the fort. And they stop outside just as the rest of you somebody. I was trying to move everyone's tokens real quick. You guys are actually coming up to the gates behind the giant and the two centaurs.
Or maybe the centaurs can help. They know stuff.
Zed. We don't have Zed on the map here. Sorry for leaving you in the dark, Zed.
Story of my life.
Where is he? There he is. Okay. If you want to just drop your animals and stuff on there also. And then everyone go ahead and give me an observation check. If you don't have observation, just roll it at intelligence -6.
For me as well.
Shh. Okay. Trick and Zilpha.
We're smart.
Okay, as you guys are riding up kind of in the head of the group, since you guys typically are in the head of the group, you notice kind of ghosting down the hillside, following the path of the giant, is a thin figure, and it appears to be carrying a bow, and that's about all you can tell at this distance.
Is that
Damn
behind
it,
us?
cat.
Is it behind us?
General direction.
That away.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Is off to our left or to our right, or top or bottom?
To the north.
North. Okay, thank you. On foot.
Yes, it appears so.
Yeah, just keep an eye on him. Is he like trying to sneak around up there, or he's just walking?
Uh, Arundel, you can describe what you're doing exactly.
So I'm more or less trying to be as stealthy as possible, trying not to alert anyone to my presence.
Okay.
Okay, you see a couple of the group down coming up behind the giant and the two centaurs appear to be looking your way. Looks like they caught sight of you as you were moving from the edge, around the edge of a pile of boulders down to the trees closer to the keep or the fort.
I'm sort of gonna freeze in place and maybe hope that they lose sight of me.
You totally see that guy, right, Kavik?
Just pay attention to the giants. Disregard him as
Okay.
you see him dismount.
Okay. As you're coming up behind the centaurs and the giant, you can see Tyler and Gloria coming out to meet everyone, meet you all at the gate. A good 15 feet back from where the giant is standing. He seems to be very, very intent on keeping a good handle on his message pouch. I should probably cue my mic, huh?
We heard it.
Okay. He stops up as the centaurs kind of turn, half facing him, half facing Gloria and Lord Tyler. The giant calls out in a little bit rough speech with the trade tongue. His accent is actually pretty similar to Zed's, and he says in his nice deep voice, "I'm giving you bill.
son of Jargold, and a page of the Jotun Mild. I carry messages for my father from the mountain lords.
He appears to steel himself for a moment, tears gathering in the corner of his eyes. Continues,
I've seen he is dead, and thank whoever did him the honor of bathing him in purifying fire. I must find the tome where he kept his notes and wrote his wisdom. He was studying a terrible foe that has attacked the Jotun from the northern swamps, and did not send back message of his discoveries when promised.
Baron Tyler and Gloria just kind of look at him a little bit confused for a moment. And then, Tyler says, well, we had heard that he had been slain, but we know nothing of his tome or this fire, purifying fire you're speaking of.
Oh, bother. Maybe we should just hand the book over to him, guys.
Well, we don't have the book with us at the moment, right?
Well, we can let him know where it is and escort him there once we get
Oh,
Zilpha's
the book's on its
situation
way.
taken care of.
They'll
Or
be
maybe
here.
he
It's
can-
going to be later.
Maybe he can help us with Zilpha's situation in exchange for the book. Or maybe the book contains information that will lead us to cure Zilpha's curse or whatever it is. We should probably ask this guy about what he knows about the book.
I'm sure he knows something. I bet he knows things.
Okay, rearranging stuff based on where you all are. Okay, so you're coming up. I mean, this is all as you're riding up to the gate. You're hearing all this coming up.
He seems like a nice giant, guys. I think we should just trust him and hand over the book.
He does seem nice. Silva's gonna ride up, not too fast or threatening, and she's gonna go, Chester, Sorella, my friends, good to see you again. How fare you?
Chester and Cirilla, what's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
No, Sorella takes one look at you and starts backing away, kind of breathing deeply as she does it. Chester turns and points a spear right at you. Don't get any closer.
Who, Edward?
Okay, well, there you go. Friends, I have a problem. I have been attacked by a creature of the
Say you
moon.
do.
I've been attacked by a creature of the moon, and I need to find my way to a priest of Attain to solve it. Unless you have nothing that can be done, other than to go to a priest of Attain. I was attacked just the previous evening.
You two wouldn't happen to know of a cure, would ya?
That's what I'm asking. They're very clever creatures, these centaurs.
Or how about you, Govendadil?
Chester, kind of growling, backs away to put himself in front of Sorella.
I'm not a danger to you yet.
You smell like the beasts that hunt our children.
I understand I was attacked by them last night.
Just
I need
stay
a
back.
cure. I need some way to resolve this problem. What do you know of ways to cure those who've been damaged?
Or how about you,
I'd be
Govendadil?
happy to put my spear
Cat
through your
got your
head
tongue?
or your heart.
Cat got your
Well, if I
tongue,
ever threaten-
Govendadil?
Well, Chester, if I ever threaten you or Sorella or your children, I hope that you would do just that. But I'm not at that point yet. I need assistance from a priest of Attain. That's why we've come to find a cure, so that I'm not a threat to you or
We
to
do not
Larry.
deal with changelings or the changeling goddess.
How about you,
Can't help
Govendadil?
you with that.
Well, how about you, Govendadil? Do you have knowledge that could be of assistance?
I speak comfortably with many of the wild things, but not of the sort you seem to be discussing. As he turns and actually looks at you all, he takes a couple quick steps forward, then stops. You have the tome.
What?
Please, let me see it. You have the tome. Please, let me see it. My father's tome.
Edward speaks up and says, "We don't have the tome with us, but it will be arriving shortly, due to Zilpha's
I
predicament."
feel it. I feel it on you.
Well, the tome's not here. I'm not sure what
I
you're
feel
feeling.
the
its essence on you.
stones.
But
He feels
Oh,
the stones.
maybe you're talking about those stones.
And that would be on Nubs over here, if that's what he's feeling.
Yeah, he turns and points. There. But where's the tome? Where is it?
The tome was big, and we needed to get here quickly. It's coming in with the rest of the folks from the refuge. They'll be arriving here probably in a couple days. And this is Edward speaking. Kvik's not here.
Is the cure for Zilpha inside the
I see
tome?
what's happening there.
Is the cure for Zilpha inside the tome? Govendadil.
speaking of being moon touched, I seriously doubt it.
But you said the author
It's
of
not the sort of thing that my father dealt with.
Then what did you mean by the author of the book studying some sort of creature? What did you mean by that?
Brightly glowing undead things. Even
Oh,
our best
no.
stone throwers cannot beat them back.
Oh, bother. This is a catastrophe, Zilpha. We're gonna have to ignore this and continue on.
They step out of pools of darkness and raid our castles.
Edward says, "Well, we don't want
And as
that
soon
any
as
more
we
than you
come
do."
close to beating, to doing them any serious harm, they flee back into the pool of darkness and vanish.
Well, we could help you with that later. Right now, our first priority is getting Zilpha here to a priest that can lift curses and whatnot. Don't know much about it. Can't say as I have encountered it before, but apparently Zilpha's in danger and so are all of us. So we gotta
Edward
get her
speaks up.
fixed up.
Is Wea still here?
Yeah.
Gloria turns over her shoulder. Wea, get your butt out here!
Yes.
Seriously, silly fool.
We need.
Runs up and stops next to Gloria, nodding at her, eyes wide open, bright and open.
I remember when he used to look at me that way. That pisses me off.
Yeah, Zed, stuff like that. Just say what you're doing in the voice. So please don't just whisper stuff like that to me, okay?
Roger.
Because I mean, they're gonna hear something, you know.
Address him and try to convince him. Undoubtedly, if they helps these people obligated to.
Okay. Gov, call me Gov. Responds in Zendaru, and he says, "Please explain that to your friends that the Cloud Folk, we only seek to keep order in the North Mountains. You know this from your people's trade with ours.
I'll shrug and say they only
We treat
seek to
fairly
help.
with our small friends."
I'll point to Zilpha. They only seek to help her.
I see the smudge on her aura. I don't know what to do about it, though.
We're open to suggestions.
That's an understatement.
Okay.
Where's Wea?
I said he ran up next to Gloria, looking bright, looking out at everyone. He stops next to her, just kind of bright-eyed, waiting to hear. He didn't say anything though.
Wea, I need your help. For all that we meant to one another. Please come and help. I need to communicate with Lord Barry at once. So she climbs down off of her horse.
He frowns.
And Zilpha tells him, we need to communicate with Lord Barry at once. We in Fort Benson, or if not, someone who would know the closest available Temple of Attain. I need to get to a Temple of Attain as quickly as possible. I've been contaminated by creatures of the moon.
Okay. You feel his thoughts wrap
Yeah.
up into yours for a moment. It says, like the little gnome?
What little gnome?
The the one that was friends with Master Enron, the caravan master.
I don't remember. Was I with the party at that time?
Droxer was a gnome, honey.
Oh, Drox. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about who was contaminated like I was. I'm like, are you talking about somebody else who became a were creature? I don't know. Yeah, I need to see if Droxer is still available in Fort Benson. If not, someone else who would know. Droxer would know for sure.
I
But someone in Fort Benson knows where the closest Temple of Attain is, and we need this knowledge immediately. There's no time to waste.
right. Rhea's thoughts reaching you. He says, I can contact the little priest directly.
Please do. Yes, we need to talk to him at once. And can you link your thoughts with mine as you communicate with him?
I cannot maintain two connections at once.
Okay. Well, tell him I've been, and I'll think about what's happened the previous night and the damage that I took and the creatures that were involved, so he can kind of see. So that he knows what I'm talking about, so that he can communicate with Droxer and communicate that to Droxer, and then that way he can properly
you see,
communicate.
as Lee is looking at you
We could just
behind
get some
the
feedback from him.
mask, you can see his tears starting to run down from the corners of his eyes behind his mask.
So he hasn't completely
he
forgotten me. I'm
Scrunches
glad.
his eyes closed very. He scrunches his eyes closed and bows his head and looks like he's trying to focus really, really hard. After a few seconds, his eyes kind of fly open, startled, and he says, it actually says out loud, "He'll be here in a few days.
Who will be here
Lord
in a few
Barry has
days?
marshaled his entire army."
We need a priest of a high priest of Attain. We need a temple of Attain. Are you saying
the
a
little one is riding with the little one is riding with the Lord's army? They're on their way here.
The little one is not powerful enough to help me. I need one who's reached a sufficient level.
Let me speak with him again.
Unless something really weird has happened since the last time we saw Droxer.
One sec.
Okay, handle your business. I'm glad to know Wea hasn't totally forgotten all that we were to one another. He used to braid my hair, put flowers in it, buy me pretty dresses, take me places I wanted to eat. It was nice. And he decided Gloria was his bitch. He just left me. Glad at least now that I'm turning all bad kitty that he's willing to help. This is all out of character.
Okay. Yep. Okay. William comes back and he says, the little one is from somewhere over the seas, and the only temple he has ever seen is in this land to the changing lady is in Port Hairvan.
Crap. Well, Barrick knew one that was closer.
He spoke with the high priest there, and then set out with the caravan to Dorby Falls directly after the interview.
Where is that, will you? Show me in your mind on a map.
Gov says, please, I know this is urgent, but can I see the stones you say? You had my father's stones?
Yeah.
Can you
Edward
bring them to me?
says,
I don't want to
your father's?
impose. Yes, Gerald is my father. He once served as the chief elder of the Jottenmeld.
Well, Edward says, well, I'm sorry for your loss. Edward reaches down and unties the bag of runes from Nebs. Well, these are more rightly yours then.
And the one that opens
rides
his
up to
home,
him
the keystone.
Hold those up in my hand.
You say the book is with some others that were following you. When
Yes.
will they reach this?
Their travel is
Structure.
slower due to their load, and they're leaving the refuge and moving here, so they're got a heavy burden bringing all their supplies, and so they're going to be a couple days behind, but they're on their way.
Right.
It it looks as though the priestess needs to be on her way for something. Could we go back to these other people that follow you so I can see the book?
Well, they're on their way here. I mean, we have other things that are coming here as well. I mean, it's just a matter of waiting.
I will offer to take him back if you want.
Okay, Aaron, if I'm sorry, I didn't read everything you just said there. Describe what you're doing. Go ahead and describe what you're doing there out loud, please.
Okay, so basically from where I was looking directly at the spot down where the halfling was before, sort of given the idea that I had seen him. I also shouldered my bow and sort of held my hands up in a gesture of peace and to show I was not intended to threaten anyone.
Okay.
Alright, so Vic wanders, motions him to come forward. The staff sling at the ready.
Finally! Playing shadow games against each other.
Y'all are so adorbs. Aww.
Okay, so
This has been why I've been pausing to dealing with them.
so he'll stand up from his crouched position and
The
Take a
hell
few
was
steps
that?
forward.
Hang on, I just heard a banging noise. It might be a cat. Hang on, let me go look. Hell was that?
well, you got to play these shadow games to get anywhere first.
Mm-hmm. Try and sneak up and on us, will you? Alright. So keep coming forward. As you come forward and you stay, you know, as you keep your hands away from your weapons, you see the halfling is in kind of ragged clothes, and that his hair's is kind of a mess. And as you get closer, you see the right side of his face is one big burn scar. The whole side, the whole half of the face. And he just keeps motioning you forward.
Okay, so as Arundel keeps moving forward, you sort of get a better look at him. He has what you could describe as a unwashed and rough look to him, probably giving you the impression that he gives little regard for his appearance, which is entirely untrue. You can see the quiver, he's got a quiver on his back, and the bow that he shouldered looks to be very well crafted and elaborately designed. And his outfit consists of what you could describe as hide armor with a rather dull and well-worn green cloak.
So, who's trying to sneak up on the fort of Lord Tyler?
I'm simply indulging in my inquisitive nature. I was originally heading for Fort Benson, upon spotting young giant Yon over there, I grew a little curious and have been shadowing him for several days now.
What are your intentions?
Nothing evil, if that's what you're wondering. My original plan was, as I said, to go to Fort Benson. I am looking for someone of a close friend of mine back home.
I'll come forward and make yourself known. We don't take kindly to sneaks around here.
Okay, this is not in character. That says the sneak
You're
himself.
going to talk.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's what's so funny is he's the sneakiest dude ever.
Moi? I'm just a druid hanging out in the woods.
You wish.
Sometimes. That's besides the point, though. Alright, so your motion's in, and goes to the rest of the party. We've found somebody.
Is he a priest of Attain? If not, I don't care.
Oh, bother. Not another one who's not a priest of Attain.
No, really, I won't say that. Where is he?
Gov turns, looks right at the elf as he's approaching and nods and says,
Little elf did good keeping up. Thought I lost you a few times.
Arundel's sort of gonna tilt his head curiously a little bit and just be like, okay. I'm not as sneaky as I thought I was.
Nope.
Hard to be sneaky when you're moving that fast.
True.
As Quick comes up, he sees the one bag missing off of Nubs. He
Okay.
goes, he's like looking around on the ground for the bag.
All right.
He's like, any of you guys see the bag?
This one?
But, Edward?
Edward.
It's his. He's the son of blah, blah, blah.
How many antique
okay.
do we need?
Ardenville. As you're coming down towards your, I'm going to describe the NPCs, etc. stuff first here real quick. You see here a very large, extremely muscular centaur. He has a zebra-striped hide. It's sort of brown and black rather than black and white. But and then behind him, who's standing very pointedly in front of guarding, is a gorgeous centaur woman with and her hide is the purest white of snow, of fresh fallen snow. And her hair is actually a almost metallic silver color. She carries a heavy spear, but the point of it has been rounded off and blunted. And she wears some ornately carved and burned leather bracers with the emblems of the goddess Ladyx emblazoned all around them, all over them. Back by the actual gate of the little fort here, you see a young man. He's 16 or 17. He's very well built, about 5'10". Looks like he's just starting to be able to grow a beard. He's wearing some fairly well-made chainmail. It looks like it's been extremely well kept. He has a very straight and proud bearing to him. And he doesn't really look much like he's got a lot of experience per se, but he's still, he just has that proud posture and perhaps an air of naivety to him. Slightly behind him is a beautiful blonde woman with a very extravagant chandelier necklace with a whole bunch of different little gemstones held to it in little wire work, gold and silver wire work. She's wearing a pale blue gown with silver trim stitched in along the seams, and she has two cases that look like they would hold panpipes, one on each side of her belt buckle, on her belt, on one on each side of the belt buckle. She's actually she's late 20s probably, and about 5'5", relatively average height and weight. And she just has a very bright, cheerful, flamboyant air about her. This fort itself, it's a log palisade fort. The logs look like they're all fairly new. And as you're coming down the hill, you could see some men working on building a fighting platforms on the backside of the logs. There are these little platforms with very crude-looking ballista on them. And to the south and west, you can see about 30 men camped out with several siege onagers and a huge wheeled ballista. Looks like it's considerably better made than the ones on top of the towers. So now everyone else, Kvek, you already did your description. The others, go ahead and describe yourselves to
What about
Arundel.
Wea? What about Wea?
Oh, let me pull open that.
Because
so I
he's
can-
very dramatic looking.
I kind of
Yes.
got the idea.
Yeah.
I was given that impression a little bit.
Okay. So, actually, I don't think. Maybe let me do something else.
Yeah, the player that played him was kind of a weirdo.
Just now.
I know, right? But he was pretty. You didn't see his face. If you saw his face, you'd understand he was so pretty. And he treated me nice. He's really nice. He put flowers in my hair and stuff, and he bought me dresses. Like I was a real girl.
Is somebody in love?
We once were, but then he ditched me to go hang out with Gloria. Fine, whatever.
Am I sensing a bit of jealousy here?
Nah, if he wants to stay put, it's up to him. I'm a traveler. I was born to travel. I was born a rambling man. Woman.
There you go. That's what this guy here, his costume looks like. He has a very ornate mask that he's wearing, and
Yes, very dramatic.
Under his mask, he's real party.
Pretty.
okay. So, yeah, Zilpha and Tixo said and described the various characters.
Speaking to Wea in an impassioned plea, with almost tears in her eyes, with the eyes of a disappointed, unrequited love, you see a young woman, 5'7", about 125 pounds, sturdy as hell. Like you can tell, she's healthy. But she's kind of not all that pretty. I mean, she's kind of horse-faced. But in her deep brown eyes, you see this wisdom that has, seen stuff in life and knows a thing or two. But she's just wearing scale mail and robes. And she's carrying a saddle bow on one hip and a horseman's mace on the other, and a lasso. And on the outside of her robes, you see some type of holy symbol. It looks kind of horsey. But she's speaking very passionately with the really ornate dude.
Right. The holy symbol is it's a rearing stallion with coins tied into its mane.
Yeah.
One that I sort of recognize.
I can't wait to hear Antixos. Antixos!
Okay, so this is what Antixos' avatar looks like. It's right next to your token.
He looks
He's a
very Harkonnen.
big-boned young man with blue eyes, crow's feet, and a razor-shorn head. He's looks like he's about 18. He's 5'5", and he's kind of obese, weighing in at 162 pounds. And so he's kind of short and fat. Okay, he's wearing wizard's robe, some breeches with a tunic, belt with a couple of belt pouches, and a backpack with a scroll case on the outside of it. He's wearing soft shoes, and he's got a wineskin. And he's riding on the back of a horse, riding horse. And next to him is another young man who doesn't actually have an appearance written down because I didn't make him. He's 5'11". He's about 200 pounds. Looks like he's in his mid-20s for some reason. Not particularly well muscled, but
he's right. He's wearing banded mail armor and carrying a large tower shield, and a couple of spears and an axe.
right.
They're perfect for each other.
He's wearing an open face helmet with his banded mail. He's got a backpack with war axe attached to the outside of it, and a beacon lantern as well, and a grappling hook, and 100 feet of rope.
Yeah, he does the whole inventory.
And a fancy looking
Okay.
torch.
Yeah, the fancy looking torch. I got a fancy looking torch too.
Yes, actually, that is something of note. Zilpha, there, Edward here, and a car here, all have tucked into their belts or tied to their packs in one fashion or another what looked like thin iron rods with a copper ball at the top of it, and the copper ball seems to be glowing with fairy fire.
Yeah, hell yeah.
A little bit of
Fancy.
a purplish light cast by them.
Very fancy.
All right, Vic, do you want to do Edward real quick, or Zed?
Okay,
do you want to
yeah.
go next?
Yep.
I say Zed.
Zed can go first, yeah.
Physically, Zed would be about the exact opposite of Antixis. He's like 185, 190 centimeters, probably about 75 pounds or 75 kilos. Looks like a typical farm boy. He's in pants and a shirt, and standing next to a donkey. Has a guard dog that stays next to him. And cloak, dagger tucked in his belt.
Yeah.
I think that was actually a very considerate attempt at courtesy.
I thought so too.
Yeah,
I was
I know, I
embarrassed.
understand.
I was embarrassed it didn't occur to me. I'm really upset at myself.
I've lived in Asia for a long time.
Yeah.
That's okay, I
Human.
can just convert it myself.
Thank you, because I won't be able to, at least not that quickly. Sitting on the horse over here is a human. Looks to be in his upper teens, a few inches shy of 6 feet, but still fairly stocky build. In plate mail, fairly shiny plate mail. That's what, lion head pauldrons? Each pauldron is like a lion's head, kind of big and
Like a lion's paw.
lion's paw.
Like
My
the
bad.
paw of
Sorry.
a great
The
cat.
paw. That's right. But yeah, big shiny plate mail, and at his hanging off of one hip, you see a very peculiar war axe. The axe is fine, but the handle looks like the spine of some creature.
Right.
And he's has a
Specifically, the spine of some sort of humanoid creature.
Small
Allegedly.
humanoid
Alright.
creature.
Allegedly.
Yep. He's got a bow and quiver. Was it not footman's, but horseman's, right?
Yeah.
So that's about it. A little more detail since you're a little closer to Kvik now. He's actually a very thin halfling. He's not your regular stout, big-bellied halfling. He's looks pretty lean.
Gee, ain't that a surprise?
Okay.
Tall fellow or something.
So, right. Okay, so we've got some descriptions so everyone knows what they're looking at. When Rhea, in his startlement, mentioned that Lord Barry had marshaled out his whole army and was on his way here, a car looks kind of bright-eyed for a minute, and then trots up forward. If I could grab both tokens. Forward, and glancing up the big guy with a little bit of a nose in the air attitude, looks at Leah and starts trying to talk to him. And just kind of throws his hands up after a minute, realizing he's not going to get anything out loud from Leah, and then turns back towards you guys. And if their army marching, I'm going to be with them. I'm sorry, my lady, but I know you have what you need to deal with, but I'm not going to miss out on a war like this.
Screw you, hippie.
Up by Chester, asks him to let him pass. Chester kind of ignores him, and so he goes up by the young baron.
Kvik steps up behind his elf and says, "Saw that coming."
Oh. I mean, you saw what happened to Thalion, right? I mean, hello.
I gotta ask though, was that set in character?
Why does that response not surprise me?
Oh, that's totally said in character. We have a little bit of a beef with Akar after he killed a player character. Oh god, it was so bad. Okay, never mind. We just won't go there.
Yeah, he accidentally on purpose killed my character, accidentally on purpose in character.
Yeah. Before he then abandoned the campaign and became an NPC.
Yeah,
he used to be a PC.
The very next session, he was
Yeah,
not here anymore.
Yeah. Probably because we kept giving him shit about killing player characters. Yeah, I shouldn't laugh. That's kind of bad. But you kill a player character, that's what you're going to get. From me, I'm sorry. Okay, so Zilpha's going to say there's no closer place than Port Haravan. Port Haravan's our only choice, is what you're telling me. You're telling me we can only go to Port Haravan.
He sends back into your thoughts that it's the only place the gnome knows of. But as he said, he's not from these lands. He came from somewhere far across the sea.
Eric knew somewhere
Guy
closer.
didn't get any sort of details from that.
Barrick was talking. Let me check my map here.
Eric knew someplace closer. Okay, she'll turn to Arendelle.
Yeah,
Dude.
Eric had actually pointed out on
Dorvey
Kvic's
Falls?
little map of the area where,
Yes, that was it.
right,
Dorvey Falls?
He
Was
said
that?
northwest
that.
of Dorvey Falls was near the edge of the of Volleyball. And Kvik, when he was describing it, you would have recognized it as being, from the region you're from. So.
Right. Yeah, I'm from east end of Volleyball, so semi-familiar. Not sure I've ever been to that particular area.
Then
But,
north we ride.
Yeah, that's where we got to go then, I think.
Oh, bother. I think we're going to have to push the horses.
Zilpha's going to turn to Arendelle and say, "Stranger, do you know of a Temple of Attain anywhere nearby?"
Do I?
Does he?
Do you?
Nope.
Nope.
Vic, how far a ride is that from here?
Couple of weeks.
I can feed 2 horses to travel twice the distance in a day, but I can only do it to 2. What should we do?
Well,
Yeah.
what if we stay here
Reed
for the first time you change?
taps you on the shoulder, Shannon, and he kind of floods your mind with the thoughts from what Droxer, the information he got from Droxer when he spoke with him, and I'm going to give you a journal entry.
And Tixos, while she's typing,
Behind.
what were you saying? I'm
Maybe.
open to suggestions.
Maybe we should stay here and keep you in the jail for the first time you change, and then ride north to Dorvey Falls.
You saw what happened when
We
the
have
last
a whole
time we
month
tried to
now to get
restrain
up there
them.
to try and keep this from happening at all. I mean, surely we can get there before the month is done.
Yeah, I'm reading a note. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, Rhea steps up and taps her on the shoulder, and she kind of looks like she's reeling for a minute. Her mind is just flooded with information.
I'll step forward to catch her.
And she
Or
spends
raise proper
several
up.
minutes just kind of almost staggering under the just flood of information that just got dropped into her mind.
Have her take 2 horses.
And we kind of wincing a little bit at how hard it seems to have hit her, steps back slightly to just give her a little space.
Yeah, asshole. I remember when you.
She's going to be reading for several minutes, which will kind of fit perfectly with with the rest of you. Just keep on going, because she's kind of going to be dealing
There's
with
a lot
information
here.
overload.
There's a lot here.
Yeah, I definitely think we can get to Dorvey Falls in time to before the transformation, and then we hopefully we'll have more information, better information on how to deal with it. We can't have another situation like what happened a couple nights ago. That's not going to happen.
Okay. Even without pushing too hard, you would be able to figure that from the roads that you guys have taken so far, you're looking at probably 3 days through the hills to get to the south road between East Point and Fort Benson, and then 6 or 7 days to Dorby Falls from there, or 4 days to where the road turns east going to Valley Bowl. Or you could go, or you could, once you hit the south road, you could go east through Fort Benson, and with, from looking at the map that your map, you would gauge that to probably
Holy crap.
take 13 or 14 days from the time you reach the south road.
Right. So almost a week longer to get to Port Hervan than Dorby.
Right, but that's a week longer to get to Port Hervan than it would be to get to either Dorby Falls or into Valley Bowl, and then it would be roughly a week from there to the Halfling Temple. So
much
all
much longer.
told, it's about the same either way. Probably actually a couple days longer to get to the Halfling Temple.
Oh, the Halfling Temple of Etain?
Yeah, the Halfling Temple, the temple in Valley Bowl would actually probably take a couple of days longer to reach. Yeah, and
I thought it was
Shannon's
just outside.
exclamations, those are actually Zilpha's exclamations because it's really fitting perfectly.
Holy shit. Okay. Crap.
Do I need to make a strength check?
Oh, good lord.
No, you're all right.
Ends up squashing the halfling.
Yeah, probably. I'll have to tumble
He's
the
not
other
that
way.
big.
I can't even absorb all of this right now. It's too much. It's too much. I've gotten enough. I've gotten enough. Tell me which were creature is the closest to the one I have. Is it the were jaguar or the were tiger? What is it? Because I don't see were lion
Statistically,
on
the
this
jaguar,
list.
yes.
Okay, okay.
I know. Statistically, the jaguar, yes.
I can't. There's too much. I'm going to have to read this like 5 times. There's just pages and pages and pages, and my eyes are starting to blur as I freak out. But I think I know enough to know what needs to happen next. I'm going to hit the first part again. Oh, this is going to suck for a while, guys.
She looks kind of light on her feet. I'll kind of direct her towards the tree stump where she can sit down.
She's
You
going to
need
want
to
to
sit
sit
down,
down.
relax.
Oh, she's going to want to sit down. This is going to suck for a while. Oh, this is not good. Okay, fortunately, I have a good constitution.
Yes,
What's-
you do.
Oh, there, Zilpha.
What did he
It could
tell
be
you?
worse. You could have herpes.
Oh, no, it's kind of like the herp. It's kind of like the herp for real.
He telling us it can't be.
Okay. Good Lord, are you freaking serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
What?
It could be worse. You could have the herp.
Not even a wish? Not even a freaking full wish?
Nope. Takes a remove curse from a level 12 priest.
No, it very much
Josh,
doesn't.
do not assume anything. Do not assume anything.
Not even a
Could be.
full freaking wish. Oh,
You can do it the other
God.
way if you want.
Some
Just gonna
rumor
have to
that
find
he's
some way
heard.
to control it then.
Okay,
Nobody is take any of what they know about lycanthropes and assume anything as far as that goes, because
there's too much. There's too much.
it will
There's
get
too
you in
much.
trouble.
I'm overwhelmed. But here's what, okay, I'm still processing. And I will be for quite some time, apparently. We have to get to a priest of Attain as soon as we can. The priest of Attain is my only hope of being able to control this.
Apparently, there's the two options. There's the one up in East Valley Bowl, which I know of, and then there's the one in Port Hervan, which you're probably more familiar with. So,
Which is closest, which is the shortest travel.
How soon is soon?
The sooner the better, before the next full moon, but I will be experiencing some biological changes prior to that. We saw that with the previous guys who were infected, who turned into major league assholes before they turned into the creatures. I don't know the timeline.
I will tell you for out of character purpose, that was because they didn't know what was going on.
I just don't want Larry to be
Give me
hating on me.
a wisdom. Yeah. Give me a wisdom check. Or religion check, excuse me.
A religion check? Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, God. Yeah, this is my life now.
You suspect that Gwydion's huge shift in how he was behaving is probably because he recognized all of the symptoms that he was having and just kind of freaked out because he knew he had no chance of getting any help before he shifted.
There's
But
hope. There's hope,
he also
guys.
seemed to have, at the same time, completely abandoned the other soldiers who he also knew were possibly infected and never even warned them.
Well, where's our other guy? We brought him with us. The other infected guy. The guy
guard.
who could have been infected.
Oh,
The guard.
the soldier.
One of them, soldier.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
want
I didn't
Chester to look at him.
He's there.
Wait.
I want Chester to look at him and
He's back
react to him. Because if Chester doesn't freak out,
Okay.
he's in the clear. Because Chester detected it in me immediately.
He starts moving forward, and the centaurs don't react to him at all.
Oh, sigh of relief.
Vic, go and ask. They won't listen to me. They'll listen to you. Go and ask Chester and Sorella if they sense any taint in our friend.
I'll go up and kind of stop the soldier from getting too close. And I'll relay to Chester is like, the soldier here was also attacked. Are you able to sense the presence of the creature in him as well? We don't want to.
Sorella looks. Yes, his aura is clean.
Oh, thank the gods.
Thank you, and I'm sure he
Thank
has
the
a huge
gods.
sigh of relief himself.
Thank the gods. Okay.
Yeah, the soldier just kind of staggers, just kind of
Thanks.
drifts over to the little cart here and sits on it with just blowing out heavily. Gods above, thank you.
Okay.
Zilpha turns to Antixos and says, I've appreciated your support. You've been such a good friend. I've heard everything you've said as we've been traveling and you're concerned for me, and I just want you to know how much I appreciate it. I mean, I know we've only known each other a short time. We haven't been through what Kavik and I have been through, but I value your friendship and your support at this time. I'm going to need it. Going to need it. All of a sudden, she sounds like Calamar. Oh my God, what's going on? Sorry, I got to do better. We have to travel. We have to travel.
Okay, two soldiers come running up. Where the centaurs are all gathered up because they're big and in the way. This one here is one of Lord Barry's troops from the company under Relila's command.
Oh God.
He starts off first. My lord, we spotted death signs of an army moving towards us from the north and west. He pauses for a moment, blowing and huffing heavily. Yeah, and the other one. The Centaur Patrol spotted something from due north around the bridge and have gone to investigate. He's also catching his breath. The other one continues. They're kind of looking at each other going, the first one again. The dust cloud, it's at least 5 times our numbers.
All right, it's time for us to
Second one
go.
drags in a huge lungful of air. Your patrol, looking at Chester. They said to expect word of what they found before midnight. And they both, panting heavily, having run apparently quite a ways, move on over, and Tyler waves them in towards where the mess tents are. Go catch up with stuff. Thank you for the news.
Quick will attempt to clarify. You said northwest or northeast?
Northwest.
From the other side of Fort Benson. Okay. I was hoping the one army might be the Lord Barry's armies from Fort Benson coming in.
Rhea pops up. That would be from East Point.
Yeah, the north one, yes.
Well, northwest would be East Point. Due north, well, there's nothing but ruins there. Tyler is starting to pace back and forth in front of the gate.
Would I have passed by those ruins on my way?
That better be Lord Barry. That better be Lord Barry.
Was Lord Barry in East Point or Benson?
Well, you guys would know. Kavik,
Lord...
you would know that Lord Barry had a considerable detachment of his army at East Point from when
East
you
Point,
guys
that's
went
right.
through there originally.
We communicated
remember?
from Fort Benson to East Point. That's right. Okay. So, yeah. All right, I'm back on track. Thanks. Yeah, it sounds like it could be Lord Barry's troops moving in, but it sounds like we also got something else. The other orcs moving in.
Wouldn't the gnome be able to tell the pretty boy whether or not those were Lord Barry's troops?
Yeah, you'd think.
Could find out how many days they were from.
Rhea kind of raises. You see his eyebrows kind of raised from behind his mask, and he shakes his head, taps the side of his head, and then kind of puts his palms on the side of his head, tips his head to the side, kind of indicating that he needs to rest. before he
Can't
can
hear him right now.
communicate again.
You can't hear him right now.
Just
I can hear you in Tixos. Kavik, we need to go. We need to go as soon as we can to the closest priest of Attain. I cannot guarantee your safety or Larry's safety or any of the animals' safety if we don't get to a priest of Attain as soon as possible.
I agree. Well, we should. What time of day is it? Midday?
Get on your mounts,
Yeah,
people.
it's about 1:30.
We got to go.
So
Yo.
at this point,
Gov turns. He's looking at you guys, kind of getting ready to leave again, and says,
Are the people that you left the book with along the way?
Yes, they're coming from the east, along the trails from the refuge. Lord Tyler, Baron Tyler, would know the trail they're on.
Arundel, do you have a mount?
yes.
no, I do not.
Baron Tyler, do you have mounts to spare?
We could use some extras.
We're going to need to push. You can tell the severity of our situation. We need mounts. You promised that we would be able to receive war horses after we defeated the Orc Fortress, which we did. At this point, we'll take riding horses. We'll take a pony. We'll take anything.
I made no such promise.
Lord Barry did.
Now we need to.
Well, that's Lord Barry's business. I've got 5 times my numbers marching towards me. I cannot spare anything.
Ask him for a centaur.
Arundel is what? A human?
Elf.
How big?
4'8", weighing in about 108 pounds.
All right, friend, mount up with me. Larry can bear both of our weights. Larry's a fine, fine beast.
Alrighty.
How much
What
is the
about
weight of
Zed?
Yeah, we got Zed
What about
too.
Zed? We got to get some. Okay.
And we have some other items,
Can Zed ride
particularly
with?
19 round rocks. I know it should be of little consequence at this point, but
Zed has a donkey. Edward has a horse. You have
Can
a
we-
pony.
can
And
we
Tixos
buy
has
some
mini
horses from you?
beef.
Bob crouches down right in front of you. Like you said, some rocks.
Yes, they're about this big, indicating about 6 to 9 inches in diameter. So, almost 20 of them.
Perhaps they are tied to my father's research.
No, I don't know. We didn't find them with your father.
Can you have someone fetch them so I can inspect them?
You know, I'll lead them to where we stashed them or whatever, or show them.
He as he walks up towards the gate. I mean, there's a heavy wooden beam across the top.
I'd really rather not crawl underneath that beam. Can you just have someone bring them out to me?
Of course.
Right.
He's well over a head taller than the walls of the palisade.
So I'll grab what help I need to bring the bag out with the rocks in it.
Yeah, Edward can lug those around fairly easily.
So we bring them out.
Okay. He starts picking through them and looking at them kind of funny.
Maybe he gathered them to make more runestones. Though the set here is complete, so I don't know for what purpose.
Yeah, well, I like the guy. There's don't have any proof that these were your father's, and we found these separately. These are expect at least some kind of payment for these. You know, the other stuff we gave to you, those were your father's. We understood.
By
But,
all means.
yeah, accept some kind of payment.
The skinny man, I can carry him until we get to where the tome is.
No, we're not heading back there right now.
Certainly fast to be able to move faster than his little burden animal.
Is that how we're gonna have to head back? Will we be going back that way anyways, Elena?
Well, the trails that you know through the area, that would certainly be the most convenient for getting you back to the road,
Okay.
right near the Envor Keep.
But will we be able to get a mount from them when we get there? That's the problem. He needs a mount.
Well, and they're short horses because of the werelion.
Well,
Arendelle can ride with
So
me. Everybody
you'll be able
else
to make
has a
better
mount.
time, at least until you catch the caravan. But
Everyone else has a mount except for him.
That's not entirely true.
Don't you have a donkey?
not really a riding donkey, I don't think.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, your mount has to be at least one size larger than you are, unless you're like a gnome or a halfling or a dwarf or some kind of
And
little,
he's a
little
big
people.
guy. Yeah, I forgot he's a big guy.
well, even then, they're still one size larger.
Well, Zilpha knows this. I just forgot for a second because I forgot how big Zed is. He's a big boy. We need mounts. Where do we know between here and there where we can acquire mounts?
Do you have a
Fort
temple
Benson.
nearby?
Fort Benson's gonna be the closest place we can get mounts.
Yeah, Fort Benson probably.
How far out of the way
And
in
you're
days
only
is Fort
looking
Benson?
at 4 or 5 days to get the Benson.
What if we push the horses? It won't help because we don't have everybody on the
Then-
horses. Right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
we're gonna have to leave people behind.
We have to leave
And-
people behind.
And the pony and donkey are slower than the other horses anyways.
Why don't we just give her 2 horses?
Edward says, I'll stay here at the fort with the help of the fight here. Take my horse, but
Oh, Edward. You're a gentleman.
if I can catch up to you sometime, so be it. If not, well met.
Deuces, Edward. Let's go.
Yeah. Zed, get on. Arendelle, get on the back of Larry. We're going.
So,
Okay.
Woodell Quick still wants to work out the deal with the stones. So, what are you paying for the stones exactly again?
Who cares? Move on.
And Tixis is gone.
Arendelle, you notice that Zilpha is by far riding the finest horse of the bunch. He is fine horse flesh. He is a high-spirited, quality, light riding mounts and ponies and shit.
I'd expect nothing less from a priestess of Arthas.
Gov says
There you
to
go.
Gov says to Kavik, still kneeling down so he can speak to you more comfortably.
If my father had planned to use these to make some sort of special ward stone, he did not make it far enough through the process for these to be useful to me or to our people.
They're heavy for us to carry.
I
And we need to lighten our load, but
don't carry coin.
do you have gems?
I've been on a long run from the far north of the mountains with my messages from my father.
Oh, bother. We can deal with this when we get back. Let's hurry up and leave.
Don't think we're coming back.
Then barter him for safe passage if we go up north.
Those stones are worth a fortune, you know it.
We both know it, but
Hospitality of
perhaps
the cloud giants might be also worth something.
Ruth said,
Well,
Hurry up. Let's go.
Someone else offer another deal?
one sec.
while you're typing, Zilpha's going to hop off of Larry real quick, run right down to Edward, who she's never had good relations with, as you know. We've had issues from the beginning. She's going to grab his face in both hands. She's going to kiss him smack dab on the mouth and go, "Thank you, Edward. Thank you so much. I hope someday that we meet again." And she turns around and she runs back and she leaps on Larry in a glorious leap of horsemanship.
Did she slip him the tongue?
No, she did not.
Yeah, the guy gave up his horse.
The guy gave up his horse. She's not
He would
gonna
have
try
for
to
Leah,
infect him.
though.
So Zed, your donkey doesn't seem loaded down much. Can you carry this bag of rocks for us? We
Yeah,
can
that's
sell
a
them
good
in
idea.
we can sell them in Fort Benson, since our big friend here doesn't have any form of payment.
The other thing we could do is guarantee access to his father's book at a later date.
Ooh.
Doubt
That would
that'll ever
benefit
happen.
too.
Got a deal into now.
I'm on the back of Giuseppe. It's all the same to me.
All right, let's throw a bag of stones in Giuseppe then, and Mount Sip. Sorry, big guy, but we're needing something for those. Can't have it all for naught.
We're in a hurry.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
And Tixis is gone.
And Texas is half a mile down the road already.
He seems to
Okay.
be going in the wrong direction.
Oh, I love Antixos. Oh, God, I love Antixos.
He's not on the trail.
I might
Oh,
love him
bother.
more than I love
Apparently.
Stallion. And I love Stallion, don't get me wrong, but I think I love Antixos more. It's hard.
I love his little catchphrase though. Oh bother.
Oh, bother. All right, so off we ride. I'm
Okay.
going to have a
So you
quick
guys,
bio.
you guys
I'll be
basically
right
turn
back.
right back around. Yep.
30-second
You
bio.
guys
I'll
turn
be
back
right back.
around and start heading towards the platoon of soldiers that were following behind you. Gov trailing behind. And yeah, we'll take a 5-minute little bio break here.
Works even better with the voice changer that he has on.
He's Eeyore.
I'm back. We're riding.
Riding, riding, riding.
And we are going fast.
As fast as My Little Pony can take me.
My Little Pony, get it on moving. We gotta get there really fast.
Unless that giant's gonna pick me and nubs up and carry us faster.
You'd offered him the rocks. Maybe he'd have carried you and your damn pony and the
Well,
donkey too.
He still wants that book, so he's gonna follow us to back to that book.
Except he does not get carried.
I like Fluffy.
Well,
Fluffy seems like a nice dog.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Arendelle, where are you from? We're riding. We got nothing else to talk about. On the same
Let's
horse, we
say
might as well.
So let's say 1,500 miles to the north, the Spine Forest.
Long journey then.
Oh yeah.
Excellent. You must have seen many things. Didn't see any priest of Attain, did you?
1,500 miles away, sure. There's all sorts, huge, many temples.
Had I thought to look for one, then maybe, yeah.
Attain herself sits and resides there. Direct action.
Yeah. Oh gods. Okay.
Do we
we're
have a
right
way
now.
to influence a priestess of Attain to help you?
They will want to help, I have a feeling, because this is their thing. Just like my people will help those who are traveling. It's what we do.
Go to the specialist.
Noticed.
Where did you find these stones?
There was goblins were fighting over them in a riverbed, and we
That
offered
was
them
so funny.
some coin for the bag, and they let us have it.
They were so happy about it too. It was a good purchase for them.
Okay. Zed, if you want to mark on Giuseppe's character sheet the back sack full of stones. Are you there, Zed?
Oh,
Alright,
yeah.
probably check that first if he's back.
You're a little asshole,
okay.
kitty. Go away.
The sack full of stones are it's a bag full of it's got 19 geodes, and the total weight is they're roughly 8 pounds apiece.
How much does Arendelle weigh with his gear?
So 19 times 8.
With my gear, not a whole lot more. Let me find that out for you. Because I don't actually have quite a lot of gear.
And who took Buckaroo? Zed?
Right.
Dad, yeah.
So that sack of stones weighs 152 pounds for cat. So you can figure Giuseppe's encumbrance there.
In total, Arendelle weighs 179.
Okay, we're not encumbered. We're good. I have a high-spirited mount. Hell yeah.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Like I said, being a priestess of Artus, I would hope so.
We are kicking ass down the road.
Yeah, you do notice that he's. I was gonna say, you will notice that Arendelle is familiar with your priesthood.
Yeah, he's mentioned it a couple times. Commented on the fine horse flight that Larry does, so he would have something to know. All right, so
I took
we're
Edward's
traveling.
stuff off
Okay,
of Buckaroo so you can transfer them to whoever's using them now.
Oh,
Does
okay.
Edward still have his ring? Oh gods, we left the ring behind.
Well, that was going to happen either way with both the car and Edward gone, so...
Yeah. We might come back and get Edward someday. It could happen. Vic's like, I hope not.
Actually, I was looking forward to working them up, but we'll
Now, I
see how
think
it
with
goes.
Edward, might be able to get back. A car is probably gone for good, but
The car had potential too to work up too,
yeah, he really did.
but there's other things going on with the car, so
Yeah. I think we could probably find Edward again.
Yeah,
a
I
little
kind of
down.
set that out from the get-go. Once he went away, his that character with his background is too useful for me as an NPC in the Central Plains region. None of you really know why, but not yet.
All right, and we're riding.
And honestly, it may never develop depending on what you guys choose to pursue. But
yeah.
Well, right now we're pursuing a priest of a tank because that's my best hope right now. She's still reeling from this revelation. She and Kavik are going to have a serious conversation later.
Yeah, Kvik stays as close as he can.
Yeah, Kavik, yeah, this is my life now. This is my life now. Priest of a tank can help me to manage it, but yeah, this is never going away ever.
Never ever.
Never, ever, ever. I can learn to manage it. And if I do, well, then there'll be some good things that can happen. If I can learn to be in control of it myself, rather, it's kind of like out of character. You know how when the Hulk transforms himself rather than being transformed by
Yeah.
anger? Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what it's like.
Gives you a quizzical look. Hulk?
But the priest of
and
a
he
tank.
and he looks over at Antixos.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
That's about accurate.
Yeah, it really is. I said, but the blessing of a priest of a Attain is going to be very important in my ability to do that. Otherwise, I'm a threat to all my friends and to all of their animals. And Kavik, she stares him straight in the eye. I mean, just as solid an eye contact as any two creatures have ever had. And she says, if I'm a danger to my friends or their animals, I trust you to do what's necessary.
He nods back.
Feel better now.
I guess we'll just have to make sure it doesn't come down to that.
I have hope.
All right.
I have
Is
hope. The
everybody back?
blessing of a
It's not
Attain
gonna
can
happen.
help. The blessing of a Attain can help a lot.
Heard everybody but Josh.
He's
Oh, bother.
hungry.
Okay. Oh, there. Wait, was that actually Josh?
No, that was me.
Or somebody else
Sorry.
doing him?
That was really good,
Don't
actually.
do that to me!
That sounded like an
was.
American oh
I
bother.
thought it was.
Hey, y'all, you want to see something fun? This is something that I did with my bestie who is from Australia. Arundel? Say squirrels.
Squirrel.
Oh, no, you don't say it right. It's okay.
The big build up and then
No, my Australian friend who would say it was always squirrels. Squirrels. I can't even do it. It's so cute, though. Squirrels.
Fair enough.
Say squirrels.
Squirrels.
Oh, that's not cute enough. No, never mind.
I'm
You don't
sorry
have
I
a posh enough
disappoint.
accent.
You're not
I'm sorry.
Australian enough
I'm
for
guessing
me.
that. I'm guessing that he's not going for cute either, where your girlfriend
not
probably
really.
does.
Well, my girlfriend was probably from a different part of Australia, too. Where are you from?
Queensland.
Queensland. No, she wasn't from Queensland. There you go. There are regional
Differences spotted.
dialects. Yeah, there are regional dialects everywhere you go. I'm a language person, this I know.
Hell, some of the time it's regional. It's the dialects are so bad it's a whole other language almost.
Yeah, like Boston. I lost my khakis. You lost your khakis? No, I lost my khakis. Now I can't stop my car.
Exactly.
Can't stop my car. All right, we're riding.
I'll stop your car.
What's going on, Elena? What are we doing? What's the deal? We're riding. We're riding. I'm dying to find out. Please tell me this isn't going to drag on for weeks and weeks.
Hey, they're the best kind of things.
You weren't here, Arendelle, last week. I just got infected the last session. This
I know.
just happened to me last night, dude.
I know. I read the
Yeah, he read.
journal.
He read the session log.
Okay. Okay, good.
I'm kind of familiar with what's
Okay.
happening.
I
So-
had the hiccups.
You turn back and start heading back down the road to meet up, catch the caravan with the Gideon's platoon and the supply wagons from the rear detachment that was left back at the refuge. Gov is just kind of trotting along behind the rest of you as you're moving as best you can there. Zed, once you learn the rest of the story there, you will understand that you're not going to be thinking that way.
Delpha's gonna say, Zed, no.
Answer that in character. I want to be some cat freak.
Well, the first thing you need to know is that the Priest of Attain won't help anybody who did it voluntarily.
Darn, there goes that idea.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'd all be were creatures running around going, wee!
No sneaking into her bed when it's full moon.
Well, you know, we're leaving Wea behind for probably the last time. Screw you, hippie. I'm out. Go.
Okay. Okay, I did not set up another map with the for the caravan. Sorry, my bad.
It's all good.
No,
I had
it's
thought it was
fine.
a possibility and I didn't do it.
Theater
Just
mind. It's fine.
explain. We have imaginations. It's fine.
So as you're pushing
sure about
hard,
that?
you catch up with. You come up on the caravan as they're have gotten their camp all fully set up. The sun is just about to drop completely below the horizon. So it's around 7 o'clock in the evening, and the area where you catch up with them, it's really dusty and breeze is kicking up, kind of blowing grit in everyone's eyes. And as you come cantering up to the encampment, you see several of the soldiers looking kind of confused, seeing you back so soon. Then they look behind you and see Gov, and everyone starts scrambling for weapons.
It's okay. It's okay. He's with us. His friend.
He's a friend.
Everyone relax.
Hold your
Relax.
weapons.
It's all good.
Hold your weapons.
Is he though? Is he?
Okay.
He is.
Oh, bother. I knew they'd
For the
freak
moment.
out.
There it is.
Oh bother.
Sergeant Bickle is the only one that is kind of holding his hand up with on his shield side, axe held loosely in his hand. What's going on here? And what's with the big guy?
The giant that we told you about, that we visited his house, this is his son. And the book that you're
Jargold's
helping,
son?
yes. And he introduces the two of them.
He sounded so surprised.
Just call me Gov.
Go ahead. What the book? What about the book?
He's the book was his father's, so we're returning the book to him. It's rightfully so. So I trust you still have the book with you.
Yeah, let me get a couple guys to fetch it. And he waves back two of the troops that are standing in a nervous line on the edge of the light from the campfire, kind of shuffle backwards and go rummage into the back of one of the wagons and start dragging between the two of them to carry the book back over. They set it down in front of Sergeant Vickle and then back away. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
As promised.
Duffer will ride up and say,
Mhm.
I know that you are in need. I know that your situation is dire, but our situation is also dire. We are in desperate need of a mount, any mount of any kind. And I will pay exorbitantly. What do you have that you
We can barely
share?
pull the wagons we have.
I know that's your situation. I'm asking. We helped. We protected you from the were creatures. We helped you against the orcs. We need a mount of some sort. I will pay you exorbitantly. What can you share with us?
Gub? Excuse me a moment. Gub?
I can't do it. Yeah.
Gub? We've turned these items for you. We're in need. They're in need. They're all friends of your father's. Could you help them out by helping them get the wagons back to the fort so we can have the horse to suit our needs? Can you help them get the wagons back? I know it's probably
Let me
beneath
look at the
you,
book
and I'm
first.
sorry.
No, that's fine. If my father was trading with these folk, as the little lord had said, I'd have no problem assisting them as well. Let me look at the book. Look through the book first. Look through the tome first, and
Don't
see
forget
if
the
I
key
can
in the
find
room.
my father's notes.
Okay.
If this
He
fine
hops down,
creature helps you
sits
to
down. He sits down cross-legged, pulls the tome into his lap, and with the keystone and the key, he opens it up, starts reading through it. He's flipping through the pages kind of faster and faster until about 2/3 of the way through, he starts shaking his head. These aren't his notes. This is just his spell book. I've got to find his notes.
This
look,
is all we found.
Like you recognized what I was describing when I said the brightly glowing undead. Do you know anything about these things?
You mean the creatures that are made from centaurs?
I'll look over at Zed.
Shakes his
Like
head.
the two horsemen that we saw at the keep? At the
Yes.
fort?
Yes,
Something
our
like
friends.
that, but all boats.
Yes, you know about that. I have in my possession a scroll that describes their creation. It's a parchment with
You have
skeleton
it.
centaurs on it. I do. Well, I see it
May
in
I
my
see it?
inventory. I assume it's still there. She pulls it out and she hands it to him, the parchment with the skeletal centaurs on it.
Why are you interested in
Very
such a
gingerly
thing?
takes the scroll.
I don't care. Is it going to get us a horse to get us to a priest of Attain? He's a good guy. He's not going to make skeletal centaurs.
I can't read the runes on this page. The pictures were
Neither could
horrifying
we.
enough. That's for certain.
We could not read it either. We had to have the assistance of two individuals at Fort Benson in order to understand what it said.
Some of these symbols are making my eyes feel like they're going sideways in my skull.
Well, perhaps this isn't what you seek then. And I put my hand back out for the scroll.
Apparently not. I would go
I'm sorry.
search my father's cabin. Some more. Perhaps he had something else hidden away.
Oh man,
I'll
there's
help
stuff
these
we
folks go.
missed.
He looks at the sergeant and says, "If you'll allow it."
Man,
Vickle and Dog continue talking for kind of a minute between them. Apparently, Vickle is being the sergeant that handled all the logistics stuff for the unit had actually met his father on several occasions as the conversation goes back and forth, and they finally resolved that he can let you guys have one of the draft horses if since God will be helping them to get the carts the rest of the way to the fort.
Oh, many thanks, many thanks. You don't know the service you're doing us. And thank you to, what was pronounce his name again? Gavin Yedil. Gavin Yedil. Thank you so much.
And Yedil.
Gavin Yedil, thank you for your service, friend. I hope you find your father's notes. If we had them, we would gladly give them to you. I'm sorry that we do not, but thank you for your service.
Helping because these things are throwing the balance to the dark. So I can help the light for now.
Thank you, my friend. All right, Arendil, here's you a horsey pie.
He grunts, moves off into the hills a little bit to settle himself down for the night. And Sergeant Bickle has a soldier bring up one of the draft horses.
Are we going to push through, or are we going to rest here for the night and move on out in the morning?
The further we move, the better we will be, but we don't want to push the horses too hard. How tired are the horses? The mounts, all of them, including the donkey.
Give me a riding check.
A riding check, okay.
I don't know, it's nearly impossible for you to fail, so I'm not going to bother giving you the bonus. Okay. Larry is actually showing the most signs of the strain, being double mounted, and Giuseppe's looking pretty worn out as well, carrying
How
all
are the
rocks.
others? How are the others?
We can move the rocks
But
to
I
the
mean,
draft
he can
horse
still
now.
keep going. He's just not at the pace you've been moving at.
If I use my refresh steed on those two creatures, everyone would be able to move a little further. Yes?
And we can move
Yes,
the rocks to the draft horse. Lighten up Giuseppe's load.
Well, that's what I'll do then.
Yeah, that would help considerably.
I'll refresh Larry and I'll
Zilpa-
refresh Giuseppe.
Okay. Okay.
Giuseppe and Tixos is Zed's donkey, his pack mule.
Am I taking these stones off here?
We can move him to the draft
Just leave him
horse.
on the sheet for now. It's fine. Yeah, I haven't set up the draft horse for you guys yet because I'm really not sure who it belongs to at this point.
Arendelle, probably.
We still have information about the rocks in our party treasure log too, so it's there one way or another.
Yeah. Before you noticed when God went off to go settle himself down for the night, he left the tome laying against the rock that he was sitting on.
Oh, damn!
Uh-huh.
I'm an idiot. Oh, good Lord. And I picked that spell for this reason, too. And I didn't use it because I'm a moron. Hey, guys, everybody, unload all your heavy shit and put it in one 10 by 10 foot square.
I will unload those stones.
Anything that's heavy, put it in a 10 by 10 foot square.
How heavy is heavy?
Anything that'll fit in a 10 by 10 foot square.
If he left the tome behind, we can. Well, no, he's got the key in rune, so.
Because about the
Not
only
if it's
thing that
still open.
Anything that your mount is carrying other than your sorry ass, including your packs, including your what are they called? Riding packs. Anything if it'll fit in a 10 by 10 foot square.
Yeah.
all I'm doing is putting my backpack down then.
Yeah. The
Anything.
stone and key are still sitting there with the book as well.
They're still with the book.
I will go talk to Gove.
Yes, they are.
And I'll ask him if he still wants that.
Oh, good God. I memorized the spell for this reason and I didn't use it. I'm such an idiot. I was so concerned about myself.
By rights, I would inherit my father's spell book, but I'm not a student of the arcane, so I have no use for it.
Well, I
You
am.
the round ones seem very fascinated by it, so
Give
Yeah,
me a gold piece for it.
I can be the keeper of the book, but I don't have the key or the stone for it.
He left them sitting with the book when he went to go
Yeah.
settle himself down for the night.
I guess they're right there.
He left
Never
the book, the
mind.
keystone, and the key.
And Tixos grabs the key and the stone.
Put everything in the cube.
What about-
Everything in the 10 by 10 foot square.
What about the
Because
other
for-
rune stones?
Everything.
Do you need those as well, Gob?
Those I will keep.
Okay. Fair enough.
Only a giant could use their magic anyhow.
Silpha stops to explain. She says, it didn't occur to me earlier. I was so concerned about my own problems, friends. I'm so sorry. But Artis has blessed me with a spell that will lighten our loads. So anything that can fit in a 10 by 10 by 10 foot cube, I can make way less for us to carry. Anything. Your backpacks, your spell books, your saddlebags, your anything. You put it in this 10 by 10 by 10, it'll weigh,
Even in your
Half as
weapons
much.
and armor.
including your weapons and your armor, it'll weigh half as much. I'm sorry, friends, that it didn't occur to me earlier. I was so concerned about my own problems.
Well, I guess Arundel's hide armor's going into that then.
Yeah, everybody's armor's going in there.
Yeah, Quick's spare leather armor goes in.
Yeah, everything's going in there. Saddlebags, everything. The horse blankets. Because 10 by 10 by 10 is a huge space. We don't have 10 by 10 by 10
It's
foot
a
of
pretty
stuff.
good size volume of space, yes.
We don't have 10 by 10
No,
by
you don't.
10 of stuff. So everything we own can fit in there. Yeah. And
Right.
once it's in there, she'll cast her light and load.
Oh, you should be able to do that from your cast a spell macro.
I'm sorry, let me do that instead. Cast a spell macro. I apologize.
Yeah,
I
it's
did
just
it
not
from my
filled in on your
character sheet.
character sheet yet, so. Yeah, you gotta fill that in first.
There you go.
See, this is what her awesome little spell does.
I love it. I should have done it before we traveled at all. I'm sorry, friends. We won't forget this tomorrow.
At the end of the 5 hours, you suddenly feel heavy again. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, but you know
Yeah,
what?
the
That's
weight starts kicking back in. It's
Yeah.
definitely noticeable. If you use that, if you do basically what you guys just did twice a day, you can effectively do a forced march. Depending on it, well, as long as none of your animals are more than are encumbered after the modified weight, you can do the forced. If you do the forced march and push the horses, they will get a +4 on their saving throws.
But I also have refresh steed twice per day also. So that can help if there's a particular animal that's suffering more than another, then that can assist that. And Larry
Yes.
can always eat the honeyed oats. He's the only one who
and-
benefits from honeyed oats, right? None of the other animals do.
Right, he's the only one that needs them.
Yeah, Carr had the other warhorse, right? So that's out of the picture.
Yep.
I cannot believe I
Um,
forgot I had that spell. I memorized it for
you-
this purpose.
Shannon, if you see a horse starting to falter, you can use the refresh steed to make their saving throw for being a forced march automatically successful.
Okay. Well, hopefully I won't let it get to that point. So
If you do it in time.
yeah, hopefully we won't let it get to
Right,
that
if
point.
you do it in
yeah.
time.
With the light and
Okay,
load.
so you guys
and,
going to push on for
yeah,
till the,
yeah, as far as
at
we
least the
can.
spell wears off?
Yeah.
That'd probably be a good time to stop
Okay.
to rest, I guess. We've been
Yeah.
at it.
Yeah, everybody's going to need rest by then. Yeah. Okay. You're all there. Good. I was making sure I actually put you guys on the regional map here. Okay. Check.
So at this point, Zilpha, which way are we going? To the Port Hervan, or Dorby Falls? It was your choice.
I think Dorvey Falls is closer. Port Haravan, I know at least, is almost a month away.
Well,
Am I wrong? Set me straight, Elena.
no. Okay, you're looking at 4 days to get to the road here, roughly. And then Dorby Falls doesn't have a temple of Attain.
It's another.
It would be at least a week from Dorby Falls to the Halfling Temple.
Oh, gods. Okay.
And it would only be about 2 weeks from once you hit the road here to get to Port Haravan.
Well, I know Kavik's been wanting to see the big water, and I know Port Haravan, and I know the temples there. So maybe that's the direction we go. I know that area well. I've traveled that area. It won't be anything unusual there. I'll know the safest routes to take. That sounds like the best move. What do you think, friends? What do you think?
It's your situation.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
choice.
I think you're right. That
Yeah.
sounds like the most optimal solution to the problem. Just going
Yeah.
to a place where we was going anyways. Plus, it's not that far. 'Cause I think over here, the terrain changes to plains.
And I've traveled that area before, so I know the
Yes, it
safer
most
travel
definitely
areas. I know the safer travel
Just
areas.
Less than
Yeah.
a day east of Fort Benson, it drops down out of the hills into the plains.
Travel
Yeah.
across plains sure is fast, especially when there's trails.
And especially if you've traveled it before. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
well,
was born and raised in Port Haravan, so I got here from there. So I know these roads.
so was I, but I don't know the roads.
Okay, so go ahead and describe how you're doing, exactly how you're doing this.
I guess we head to Fort Benson, and then we head east on the main road out until we hit the plains, and then we take the most direct route we can to Port Haravan. What do you guys say?
Fort
do it.
Benson, down to the plains. Sounds like the
Fort
best
Benson.
route.
At Fort Benson, if we need to, we might be able to improve our mounts, because remember Lord Barry had promised us war horses. Of course, he's not going to be there at that time, but
Well,
if
he
the
wasn't
order,
there before.
but if the order was left, we might be able to improve our mounts.
Right.
You know, that's
Sounds
a
like a
possibility.
plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Off we go into the wobbly yonder. Kavik, you're going to see the big water.
Yeah, let me do my little calendar stuff here real quick.
Yeah. Still can't be as big as you're saying. Just can't be.
Oh, it's pretty big. I can't wait till you see it. And
Okay.
Port
That's
Haravan's
what
a
she
big
said.
Nice light breezes.
It's a big city.
You make it a few miles past the refuge, back up towards the cottage on the first day.
Please let us not roll any encounters. No encounters.
Well, we're gonna get encounters inevitably until we get out of the hills. But once we get out to the plains, we might not encounter anything all the way out to Port Haravan. If we're lucky.
I just don't want any encounters. You know what I'm saying.
Well, there goes that plan. You said if we're lucky, we're screwed.
Oh, the mimicry.
Yeah, you better hope that's true because who do you think I'm gonna eat first? I'm gonna go after your beefy carcass.
Yeah, well, I'll just cast sleep or something.
The second day after passing the giant's cottage and turning east along the south of the side of the freshet to where you back towards the ford, you end up camping near where you, after you guys had missed the turn off the first time, or the last time you came through here to head to the cottage. You end up camping about there on the south side of the freshet.
Are we assuming that I'm casting
And yeah,
light
you're
and
not
load?
getting off that lightly.
Assume I'm casting light and load twice per day, right?
Yes, you are.
Changing my spells.
Okay, does anybody not see their tokens? Arendelle should not see his token because he's not
Nope,
on the
I
map
don't
yet.
see my token.
Yeah, that's right. We picked up Shigo again.
Of course you go.
Yes,
Edward's not supposed to be here.
Yeah, Edward can go away.
Yeah,
That's
I'm getting
good.
there.
I got him.
Oh yeah, I used to have control of him, so. And is Carr here still?
Car's not here.
I don't.
I don't
Oh
see
no,
him.
we ditched that son of a
Okay.
bitch.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Kale. Oh, there's Kale.
He kills player
Kale
characters.
nubs.
I'm not
Shigo,
interested
quick,
in
okay, I'm
having
good to
him
go.
around.
And I'm just gonna give you guys Carr's Warhorse for now as the new
Draft
draft
horse.
horse you got.
Is she go with us or is she not
She goes
with
here.
us?
She goes here.
Where's her horse?
She's with you guys, yeah?
Kale. Kale is Shigo's horse.
Caleb.
Cow.
Making sure.
Him.
Hmm? What?
I forgot where I put a car.
I will miss his high-pitched voice. That never stopped being funny. Well, just for once, one last time for us. Will you do it? Will you do it for me? Just for me? He
As
was
she
a real
dreams.
boy.
Hey, I'm
She
the
hears his
car. I'm a real boy. Look at me.
It never stopped being funny.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
I know, right? Oh, yeah. You kill a player character, and all of a sudden,
So, that first night back when we first
Okay,
met back up with Shigo, Kvik will had to have told Arendelle about a new traveling companion that will be with us. She's harmless.
Okay, so Arendelle, you have control of a Carr's horse, and I'll let you get going. Just letting me know you have
I
control of
don't
that
have
token.
control of
And I'll
Larry
get
right now.
set you up a real one later.
It hates me. There we go. I had to put a new Larry because I couldn't control the old Larry. Oh, because I wasn't fucking Larry I was trying to get a hold of. That was Beef. No wonder. Okay. Trying to ride Beef. Beef was like, oh, hell no, I'm not Larry.
So,
Beef is in Tixos horse.
Shigo is a very young female orc who seems to have befriended me and follows me around like a puppy. She cooks and takes care of the animals for us.
Woof.
She's been good to us.
Okay.
She's been a faithful friend to us. Well, everybody loves pork. That's just obvious. Bacon. Mmm, bacon.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Please set your tokens up based on it being second shift of your rest period.
Okay. Larry will be right here then, and I guess I won't be riding off Larry then. Fine, whatever.
Educate me on what's going on here, please. Night shifts. How are they?
Yeah, we're on shift work right now. Quick normally does first shift, but if someone else needs to take first shift for a reason, we can sort that out because we're kind of a little changed up from last time we had shifts.
Normally the spellcasters take the last shift. That way they can use that time to refresh their spells if they need to. So if somebody's not a spellcaster, we usually put them on the first or second shift.
Okay.
So maybe that's you.
Maybe that is me.
Delph
I
is
mean, if it
usually
makes
taking
things-
third shift.
If it makes things easier, I can just do it that way.
Okay, Larry's right there. All right, outside. It's okay, Larry. Mama's right here. You notice she and Larry, we're kind of close.
Nah, you don't say. I would have never figured that
Who
out.
the heck are they?
Thank you for telling me that.
I'm just telling you. For buds.
Oh my god.
She's taking care of your horse too, ever since she got
I had
one.
that set up already.
She's been taking care of your horse too, by the way.
You
Ever
could
since
just
you got
use a
him,
different
she
monster.
just comes and takes care of him. It's fine. She takes care of all the animals at night and makes sure they're happy. And she talks to them and she scritches them, calls them by their names.
Fair enough.
You're a good animal. You're a good horse. You're a good donkey, Giuseppe. Nubs is a good pony. Yes, you are. Not as good as Larry. Never as good
Okay.
as Larry, but you're still good. Yes, you are. I like you, Arendelle. We're going to be friends.
Awesomeness.
As long as you promise to kill me if I threaten to eat Larry.
Alrighty.
Okay, so
All
who
right.
is on guard duty right now?
Arendelle. We made the new guy take the shit
Okay.
duty.
Do you have a dexterity adjustment for surprise?
I have a
What's
plus
your
one.
dex?
Yes.
Okay. You hear from the far side of the pile of rocks right here
Oh, motherfucker.
some soft, kind of guttural grunting and kind of like something fairly sizable is over there. It's like they're trying to hiss at each other to be quiet. Don't mess up our midnight snack.
Oh, hell no.
Okay, so neither tent's really close at the
Go
other.
ahead and roll initiative.
Initiative.
Size initiative. One moment.
For whatever you would be doing, if you click your token action for initiative, you pick whatever you're going to do. If you're going to ready your bow and fire at anything that pops out, or whatever it is.
And Tixos likes midnight snacks.
I should probably open that up, huh?
And Tixos likes to eat stuff at midnight. And
Oh,
Tixos
bother.
also.
It seems as though I'm
Okay,
asleep.
my map. Just jumping over. I I'm going to kill this script because it's actually making things more difficult for me, not making it easier. It looks cool, but it's making things more difficult for me. I'm not going to do it at this second, though. So we'll deal
And
with it.
Tixos likes breakfast.
I
And
like
Tixos
a good
Aaron, go ahead and
breakfast.
roll your initiative.
He got a call. He had to take a phone
And
call.
Tixos likes second breakfast.
I like
And
second
Tixos
breakfast and
likes
third breakfast.
elevensies.
I like elevensies. I like luncheon and second lunch. I like I like dinner
Dinner.
and supper and dessert.
Don't forget
Don't
tea.
forget midnight snack and a tea. I like tea time.
Kvik reaches out and throws a rock over the tent. Be quiet over there. Can't get any sleep.
He's Tixos is muttering in his sleep about elevensies. We're worried. We're worried.
I would think you would be worried if he wasn't doing that.
Right. Oh God. So funny. He's on. Well, what's his name's on a phone call. My sixth graders this year were reading The Hobbit, and so they had a special. I was very upset because they called it second breakfast, but they had it at 11, and I'm like, "Is it second breakfast or is it elevensies? Which is it?" And they're like, "It's both," and they're like, "It can't be both." You know, but they had all this food, and there was just this massive buffet of second breakfast food, and they all went
Yeah.
outside with their shoes off, of course, and they're all walking around barefoot, and they're eating all this food. It was so great.
If it's after 11, then it has to be elevensies. But if it's between 10 and 11, then it's brunch. If it's before 10, then it can be second breakfast.
Well, everybody knows the whole purpose of brunch is so that you get drunk in the morning, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess.
Do you
If
know?
you have to get drunk in the morning, you're obviously doing it wrong.
Yeah. Have you guys ever seen? Now, at this point, she's way.
You should still be drunk, right?
She has way jumped the shark. Okay, she has way jumped the shark. But do you know My Drunk Kitchen? Back in the day, that was the shit. And her one about brunch is one of the funniest episodes I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my God, she was so funny. I'll send you the link. I put the me in mimosas. It's unfortunate that the one dude who's on duty watching is the dude who gets the phone call.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
University-related stuff. We've got a lot of issues going on at the moment with trying to get me out of uni.
Oh, handle your business, man.
Done for now. So I can do this, and then I just got to find a few other things. So yeah, am I doing size initiative?
No, just what initiative based on whatever you're gonna do, based on what I told you. If that means you're readying your weapon or whatnot, then roll your initiative for that. If you're doing something else, then okay. So you won the initiative by a long shot. So.
Yeah, dog, you get to do something.
Alrighty.
Wake our asses up.
What do you think I'm gonna do? So I'm going to basically move over to the tent here and sort of. How am I going to do this? And slap on the tarp a few times and give a bit of a pull to wake up.
Yeah, that's the universal call to get your ass up. Everybody knows that. I should just sleep in my frickin' armor at this point. Get Antixos to cast that armor spell on me so that even when I'm not wearing my armor, I got some armor on me.
Alright, so you've woken the three up in that tent. Zed, were you sleeping on the ground? Outside on the ground, or were you in the tent with Antixos?
No, I was going to sleep out in the open with Fluffy and Giuseppe.
Okay.
As would be my
That's what I was
habit.
asking. That's fine. Okay, you guys, that he's just waking up, you can roll your initiative for next round. And remember, if you need to put on armor, it does take time.
Oh, hell no. I'm not
That's
putting on
actually
armor.
not very big of an issue at this point. Is that all you're doing? You have some movement left, Aaron.
Okay, then I'll move down to Zed here and sort of give him a bit of a nudge with my foot, waking him up as well.
Okay.
Damn it.
Is Antixis sleeping outside or in the tent?
He's in this tent. I just moved it to the back so I could see the tokens.
Oh, okay. Then I'll move over to this tent. Let's just get the horse out of there. Basically move over to this tent and repeat the same thing with Antixis that I repeated at the other tent.
Okay.
What is it? Hello? Anybody there?
Okay.
Hello?
Noises.
You hear a sort of grunting guttural and they heard and movement. And on top of the pile, the rock pile here, you see a large, shaggy, blue-skinned humanoid carrying a massive, what looks like a medium-sized tree that was ripped out of the ground and had the top part of it cut off, roughly broken off.
Am I able to see what these creatures are?
Large, shaggy, blue-skinned humanoids. You see, alright, let me check your line of sight real quick.
Is there a height?
Down here, you saw another one sort of poke out from behind the rocks and then dodge back behind them again. Aaron, yeah, you've already used up your movement for the round with going and waking them up and stuff. So
Yeah, I
I'm
did
doing
move
there.
myself there.
Okay, it was an accident.
So down here, you said?
I can deal with that. And you hear some rocks clattering over here between the boulders.
Oh, hell no.
A couple of grunting sounds. Okay. And one of the things to do for the initiative, Arendelle, if once your turn is done, once all of your actions for the turn are done, or for the round are done, if you just go ahead and roll your initiative for the next round ahead of time, that makes things easier. It's a little quicker. So yeah, everybody go ahead and roll the initiative. Everybody's been woken up, so go ahead and roll your initiatives. And who needs how many actions?
A second one for Vic, please.
I was going to say I'm going to need another 2.
Silva?
No, she's going to run out and jump on Larry as soon as possible, so I doubt she'll get a second attack.
And Tixa's gonna run out and jump on Beef.
Good old Beef. Glad you found that horse.
Okay, so Arendelle, for their multiple attacks, just take whatever you rolled for your initiative and then add 100 to it for each multiple attack with the same weapon.
Okay.
And that gets things sorted out so that the extra attacks are, successive rather than, boom, boom, boom all at once or anything, something like that.
Yeah, I was going to ask that in a second because I wasn't sure how you did it.
Yeah. Everybody ready?
Oh, yeah.
Ready.
Okay. Shigo is up first. Oh, by the way, have you started training her yet? So I can check the timing.
I suppose if there's ever been time, I don't know, since the way we've been traveling, if there's been actually any time to do that.
With the Force March, probably not, yeah.
Right, so...
with the Force March, probably not.
She's going to stay in the tent this round.
Okay.
She's not going to be the first one out of the tent. Yep, she's done.
Gee. Why am I not surprised?
You call me?
Yeah, I think Zed's up.
Yeah, Zed's turn. Okay. Casting.
That is not what I wanted to cast. I apologize. I was trying to use some macros you set up.
Oh yeah, if you click on the cast spell token action.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. But no, that's still.
Oh shoot, I forgot to say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did hit the right button. The name is incorrect.
Oh.
All the rest of the
What did I
information
do?
is correct. It just says color spray instead of light.
Oh, okay.
But everything below that is correct. So.
Now, were you doing it from your color sheet or from the token action? Just so I know where to look to fix it.
Oh, I did it from the token.
Okay. It's kind of a funny goof on my part, honestly. Okay, so where are you targeting it?
On his eyes.
Ping which one? Where you're targeting?
I can only
Ping
see
it for
one.
me, please. Okay.
And saves at -1.
Yeah, that's your specialty bonus, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. The shaggy blue creature on top of the rocks there suddenly drops his massive club and clutches at his eyes.
You'd have been standing there.
Okay. And Texas.
Oh, bother, some kind of ogres or something. And Tixos gets up, and grabs his, sling and bullets, and, gets up and mounts, beef.
Good old beef.
Oh,
That's
beef.
not beef. There you go. You're on beef.
Oh, I failed.
Well, that sucks.
Okay. I moved out top on beef, and that's it, right?
Yep.
Give it.
Okay, I'm gonna start off with a hide action in the tent. So, I mean, is that like an automatic thing since I'm in the tent? Don't have any line of sight, or you want me to still roll it, or?
Give me the
Or move silently.
the hide and shadows roll. If you're moving out to where they could see you,
Okay, to move silently.
give me the
then.
roll
Okay.
so that I can determine whether or not they do notice you when
Okay.
you move out. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the move silently, and basically just getting
Ooh.
to where I can peek out and
You're fucking invisible is what you are.
yeah. So, take it I see this one up here. What's the range and height and modifiers for a shot?
The rock's only about 8. It's only about 8 feet tall, so just standard range stuff.
Standard range. Okay. Thanks.
Would that spell illuminate around him?
Right.
Okay.
You can see there's some light coming out from between his fingers, and he's clutching at his eyes.
Okay. I'm gonna take a shot at him. Is that backstab then?
Yes, it is.
Using a normal bullet. Situational modifiers. It's short range. I think.
What's your range at?
It's 25 feet to him, which I think is still short. Just double check.
Yep, it's still short range.
Yeah, it's still short range. So
the elevation change, the -1 for elevation applies at short range or lower ground.
okay, -1, and no damage modifier. Smack him for 9.
That will hit. Most certainly. So as you duck your head out around the edge of the tent flap, leaning over, you snap a bullet. It catches him right in the face, slipping between his fingers and rocking him back. It's at a howl of pain and tumbles off of the rocks.
Oh, hell yeah.
Arendelle.
Since he's blind, am I still stealthed?
From him, at least.
Right.
So, just to confirm again, you said I saw one.
Since he's blinded, all of your attacks can effectively be stealth attacks.
Okay.
So, just to confirm, you said I saw one down here duck his head out, then duck back in.
You saw Kavik duck out, snap
No,
off.
No, he's
Yeah,
talking about
yeah,
the
yeah.
other one to the south.
Flying.
The other one to the south. One more.
Oh, yeah. You saw one down here that came out around the rocks for a split second and then dodged back behind them again.
So, I can move and then still have my full firing, right? So, I'm sort of going to move back over
Use
here.
that as your action.
So I can sort of keep an eye on what's going down here. And
Okay.
going to...
And you're doing what?
And then I'm going to basically launch an arrow into this one here.
Okay. Just hit the attack macro, it'll ask you for the ammo, and then he's at a minus, you get a +4 to hit because he's blinded. And what's your range is that? When
I
you're
should
doing
definitely
range
show.
stuff, guys, please use your range, your auras, so I can see what the ranges are at.
Okay.
Okay, so he is just on the edge of short range. Or actually, he's on the edge of point blank range, so you get +2 more for the point blank.
Is that to hit?
Yes.
Well, then that would be a 6. Forgot I had point blank.
Yes, it was. That was a crappy roll. Your his arm, and he's got raised up to the block behind. All right, so we start with the one you can see. Kind of stumbling and staggering around. He bumps into Beef and takes or not Beef, that would be Buckaroo, and just kind of takes a lumbering swing with his fist.
Oh, hell no, you're
Bump
not
into something.
going against the animals. I'm going to take your ass out.
Damn it. And he manages to catch Buckaroo across the rump.
Hell no.
That does. Nine points of damage. He doesn't. He dropped his club,
hell.
so I'm modifying the damage for his just fist.
Hell no.
Zilpha pissed.
So that's to Buckaroo. Yep.
Okay, does Zed have control to modify that, or?
I do not.
I just did it real quick. No, actually,
That was on
Ed
beef.
has a car's horse, not Buckaroo. Buckaroo was Ed's, which you had still, or should still have.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know if.
Beef is the yellow one on top.
Yeah, when I gave it up, I didn't know if
The
you.
white one is Buckaroo, and the
Yeah.
black one is a car's horse.
No, I didn't transfer it yet. It's okay, I just did it.
All right, yeah, I can't click on the token.
You took the hit points off the wrong one.
So Buckaroo's hind feet kind of, sort of, half collapse underneath him, and he's squealing in pain and starts
Oh,
trying
hell
to
no.
just run away straight through the tent. It's tangled up in it.
Yeah.
And he's tangled up in the tent here, thrashing and lashing out with his hooves. He's kind of collapsed into it now.
Oh, hell no.
You hear from behind you. You hear another one grunting and his way from between the rocks. And he comes up.
Yeah,
and
hell
jumps,
yeah. When does Fluffy get his initiative?
lands smack on top of your tent, snapping the guy lines and pulling several of the stakes out. Zilpha, Kivik, and Shigo, give me a dexterity check to see if you get trapped underneath the collapsing tent.
Well, mother... Okay. I'm going to fail this check, I know it.
Well,
I
considering
feel
where
it
she goes
already.
at,
Okay, yeah.
considering where she goes at, she goes probably an automatic caught in the trap, unless there's an opening on the back side of the tent as well.
No, she could slip out the back of the tent.
Okay.
Move yourself 5 feet out away from it.
Yeah, she goes got.
Okay, Shigo is trapped in the tent.
Oh, hell no.
You like saying that a lot.
Yeah, she
She's
does.
like a child. She's like a...
Yes, she does.
He doesn't know she's in there though. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. She's just caught in the
Zilpha
corner.
knows.
She
Zilpha
landed
knows
there.
she's in there. Zilpha pissed.
This one runs up,
Did you get that whisper, Elena?
comes up here, seeing the horse thrashing.
Did you get that whisper, Elena?
Oh, thank you very much for that visual, Josh.
You pervert.
He says, yummy horse, and swings his club at Buckaroo as he's coming up. Mostly looks like he's rushing towards Arundel, but he's taking a little bit of a sideline to swipe at the half-downed horse on the way.
Oh, hell no.
And that hits. And
Shit.
Buckaroo is not happy. Buckaroo starts kind of thrashing convulsively.
Oh. Mm-mm.
Zilpha, it's your turn.
Zilpha jumps her ass right up on Larry. She is pissed. She's pissed. And you know what? She's got like full on. She's got full on motherfucking lycanthropic anger going on. She rides around this way. She turns her sorry
No,
ass.
not yet. I'll let you know when you're
Motherfucker,
feeling that.
Okay. She turns around. She rides her sorry ass down here.
Okay. Before you do that, I need a writing check.
Riding You know I'm going to pass the riding check.
I know
you
it's
know
pretty much
I'm going to
automatic
pass
for
the
you,
riding
but
check. Don't even. Okay.
The rage is real right now.
okay.
My God.
She doesn't need lycanthropy.
No. She's going to ride down here to Buckaroo. She's pissed. She's going to ride straight down here to Buckaroo. She's going to lay her hands on Buckaroo.
There is a massive pool of blood soaking the tent that's wrapped around his head in four quarters.
Oh God! So she's just gonna put her hands on Buckaroo and she's gonna call an artist. She's gonna lay hands on Buckaroo.
You don't feel any life in him to heal.
Are you freaking kidding me? He's fucking dead. Is this what you're telling me? He's fucking dead.
Very much so. Very much
so. Shit. Okay. Well, at that point, she turns her sorry ass toward this motherfucker right here.
Okay, you hop back down to try to heal Buckaroo, who's
I assumed
laying
I did
prone,
that from mounting.
so that's going to end your action for the round.
No, if I didn't
you
realize
couldn't
he
reach
was
him while mounted, honey.
prone. I didn't realize he was dead. I thought he was still trying to fight the frickin' tent. Now, once I realize he's dead, I'm not dismounting my frickin' horse.
That's what I'm. You don't realize he's dead till you're already down and trying to heal him. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, mother.
And you would have to get down to get to him while he's convulsing and thrashing, tangled up in the tent.
Okay, I would do that, so you're right. Okay, fine.
So.
Oh, hell no.
Okay,
Something's dying today.
Taking, you said another shot to be still at stealth than the one on the ground. Normal bullets, -4 for called shot since he's near an ally. Any other modifiers?
On the one that just stomped your tent?
No, the blind one.
Oh, on the blind one?
Yeah.
You get a +4 because he's blind.
Right. So, and -4 because it's called shot because he's near an ally, right? So it kind of cancels out.
No, he's not actually within melee. Well, yeah, because he's going after the horses.
Fluffy and the horses there.
So he's engaged in melee. So yeah.
Okay, so -3 for 6.
That hit.
And I can't seem to get any damage before. Alrighty.
Okay.
And with the last
bit
of motion, I turn towards the other.
Swinging wildly, even more wildly. Okay. Arendelle.
I'm pissed.
Arendelle?
He's on the phone.
He had a phone call.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see he was on the phone again.
Yeah, apparently some kind of uni thing.
Okay.
Would Fluffy have gotten an attack in that round?
My question is which ones he would be shooting at.
And does Larry get an attack this round now that I dismounted?
He's not on the initiative, so I didn't account for it.
Well, I jumped off his ass. I would
Right.
like to think
No,
Larry's
so
still
not
pissed.
this round, but
Okay, what about Fluffy?
Zed didn't tell me what Fluffy was doing.
Well, Zed needs
But
to
he certainly had
fucking
got an ogre
tell
right up
you
onto,
what Fluffy's doing.
onto oh.
But Fluffy's fine. Me and Fluffy are going to be moving away from the big thrashing behemoth of death.
Yeah, but did you
Oh.
roll initiative for Fluffy? Is the question.
I did not. I thought you had said
Yeah,
that Zed would go on, or Fluffy would go on Zed's initiative.
Only if you're mounted, dude.
Yep.
Are you
Only if you're
mounted
not-
on
you gonna
Fluffy?
ride your dog?
If you're sending him to attack on his own,
I wasn't trying to start any shit. I just fine on my own.
Ah, shit.
Alright,
Watch
he's
out,
new.
watch
He's
out.
trying to figure out what's going on.
More of a guard
It's all
dog.
good.
yeah,
That was me too.
yeah, no. As far as it goes, since the ogre is coming up on top, right up by you, he would be able to
You would think you would
make
get
an
defensive,
attack if you want
definitely.
to roll a bite attack for him.
Oh.
Yes. I say it's not an attacker war dog; it's a guard dog specifically. So that's why we weren't doing separate initiative for Fluffy.
Right.
He's just basically goes after anything that gets right up on Zed. So yeah, if you just go ahead and select Fluffy and hit the attack macro, bite, attack, and
Hell yeah. Go, Fluffy.
go ahead and do that.
Hell yeah, Fluffy.
That hits. And
Yes.
Fluffy dives in, grabs the back of
Good boy.
the monster's knee, and rips it out into spray blood, and you see the end of one of its blood vessels kind of flop out of the gaping wound from the bite, and clutches at its leg and topples over backwards.
Good dog. I got some treats for you later.
Okay,
Don't eat the horse.
Aerodale is busy. We're going to move onward. We need new initiatives.
I'm pissed.
Now, if I pull out the dagger in the offhand, add what, 2 to that initiative then? For the offhand?
Let's be the dagger is.
Okay, if the initiative on the dagger is 2, and you're subtracting your reaction adjustment, dexterity reaction adjustment from the initiative for the dagger,
Which is 2.
puts it back to 0. Your dagger and short sword would go at the same time.
Okay.
So you're not adding anything for your offhand attack because of your dexterity.
Gotcha. Okay.
It nullifies that. So you would
Right,
actually
okay.
get to take both of your attacks at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to roll the initiative for Arendelle, and then I'm going to just have him fire 2 shots at the ogre here, because that would most likely be what he did. That one hits and tears a gaping wound into the monster's shoulder. Oh no.
Oh no!
That was his last attack anyways. That was the last attack anyway, so... Okay, let me sort. Okay. I guess Dead's light doesn't matter because the one that had his light, its eyes was blinded, is downed. Okay, Shigo is first again.
Okay. Well, she was thinking about cutting herself back out, but since she's kind of like in the collapsed corner of the tent, she's just gonna stay still as can be and not do anything at the moment. She doesn't know what landed on the tent, obviously. It's not gonna draw attention to herself, so she's gonna hold there again.
She's tangled in tent, hearing stomping and roaring and animals squealing in pain and gurgling, bones breaking. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just staying there.
She's just gonna hide, thinking, I mean, that nothing sees her because there's tent all around her, so she can't see out, so nothing can see her. And she's, I mean,
okay.
Whatever landed on the tent landed before her on her way out, so. Quick, on the other hand, what's the threat range of the ogre? He's threatening here.
If it stretched out, it could smack you right from where he is.
So I'm in its threat range at the moment already?
Yes, you are. You are in its threatened squares.
Okay. So is there, since I'm already in his threatened range, I do a tumbling maneuver to get behind him? Is that going to draw attack of opportunity?
Yes, and roll your tumbling at with a -2 because of the collapsed and jumbled tent.
Okay. Okay. And then
Okay.
I will attack. It's minus, or none. What, +2 for behind?
Yes. Oh, actually, it's a halfling. Okay, he swings his club, trying to catch you as you dive under his legs, and just misses.
Okay.
That hit. And your dagger?
Yeah, I gotta do a rearrange somebody. Sorry. And I can't do it with the external sheet, so modify.
Oh, it's not in their order. Just click
Yeah,
the attack button on the sheet. It's set up the macro, the attack, but also.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Is it? I actually entered -2 last time. It's +2, right? For behind.
Yes. Oh, and you still hit him -1?
Yeah, yeah, I hit him. I did -2, and
Okay.
I still hit him. So the dagger 6.
You lash out it. You lash out with your short sword, and as you bring your dagger around to stab in at the same time, he kind of twists and stumbles a little bit, and causing your dagger to just barely miss.
Okay.
Zilpha.
Delpha's pissed. Delpha runs back. She leaps on Larry in some magnificent, like, glorious act.
Lord of the Rings shit. Like Legolas.
Yeah, she's pulling some Legolas
Some
shit.
Legolas shit.
Yeah, she's definitely pulling some Legolas shit. She jumps up on Larry's back. She pulls out her saddle bow, and she aims at this motherfucker right here, and she just shoots him right in the face. In the face. No, not in the face. In the throat. In the fucking throat. You know, I gotta get her selected and
Hang on a
not the
second.
horse. Okay.
Because you just dove back out of his threatened area, so he gets an attack of opportunity.
Oh, yeah, go on. Try, motherfucker. Come on. You just piss me off if you hit me. Come on. Get some.
And I'm not sure if that hits you or not. I'm pretty sure it does.
My AC,
Yes,
it does.
Okay,
It totally
so he catches you with
does.
his club, kind of tossing you closer up to Larry,
Yeah.
helping you on your little acrobatic maneuver to swing up into the saddle.
And I'm up there and I'm like, oh, hell no. And I just shoot him straight in the frickin' throat. Because he needs to go. This guy's gotta go. You killed Buckaroo!
Okay.
I get +2 for being mounted, right? And a +2 for damage for being mounted.
Yep.
Well, motherfucker.
Oh,
Just
no.
think of how much more angry
Okay, you do.
that makes you.
Yeah, give me your riding check, and then you still have your movement for the round.
Oh, watch me fumble my freaking riding check, because that's what's up right now. At least I'm still on the horse.
So you can use Larry's full movement.
Well, Larry's gonna back his ass out. I have a kick me now. No, don't move the fucking tent. What the hell? Okay. Up over here next to Arendelle. I moved the tent by
Okay.
accident.
She whirls around. No, that was where it was.
Okay.
Swings up into the saddle, tries to snap off a shot, and tangles herself on her bowstring as she guides Larry with her knees back over, circling around next to you, Aaron. And the ogre.
And nobody saw that. It's totally fine.
Yeah, bring it in my direction, why don't you?
I got you. It's
Spins
good.
around towards Quebec, and with a huge overhand swing, tries to squash you with his giant club.
And it's what, 2 extra AC from the tumble?
Halfling cakes.
Yes, you do. Ooh.
Okay. Ow. $15.
Roaring victory, he smashes his club into you. Yep. Okay, the other ogre, kicking at the edges of the tent flaps, rushes up, chasing after Zilpha.
Yeah, come get some. Come on. You wish you could get some. Come
Mighty
on.
swing.
I have a kick me.
Uh-huh. Trying to just knock you right off of your horse, and he
Oh,
does.
shit.
Roll, give me a riding check at -6 for his strength bonus.
Oh, damn. That's going to hurt. Okay. If I get knocked off of Larry, it's going to be really embarrassing. me in the ass hard and not in a good way. And did I take 17 points of damage?
The blow sends you. Yes, you did. The blow sends you flying out of the saddle, and you land over here, almost in the campfire.
Okay, put me where you want me, because I was trying to change my hit points, and I think I interfered with your movement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, do your hit points first.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Can Larry kick him in the face now? Larry should be able to kick him in the face now. Why hasn't Larry been able to do anything?
Larry's a little bit off balance with you just having been ripped off of his back.
Damn it, Larry. Get your shit straight.
Citadelis.
Oh, I apologize. There we go.
Hey, if this dude kills me, that's one quick solution to the lycanthropy problem.
Yeah.
I'd like to cast a spell.
Good.
Okay. And turn your token so you're facing, so I know which way that is.
I was trying to click that other ogre.
Alright, turn your token so I can see which one you're facing when you cast the spell.
I am attempting to.
Okay.
Facing's really hard on an iPad.
There. Okay. Okay. That is your specialty.
I think I put them the wrong way. I was trying to get this one. The one by Vic.
Oh, you're trying to get the one by Quebec without catching everything else. Okay.
Like from this corner.
Right.
That's horrible.
Okay. You see a fan of bright colors come flashing out of Zed's outspread hands, and the ogre caught up in the fan of colors kind of staggers and reels for a minute, like doesn't know what's going on. And ticks us.
Okay.
And ticks us. Josh?
Yeah, can you not hear me?
I can hear you now.
Now we can.
I can now.
No, if you're talking now, we're not hearing you. We heard.
Yeah, I'm not
Can you hear
talking.
me?
I'm just moving
Okay.
a character.
Gotcha.
You took the tent with you. Okay.
Okay, so I'm attacking this ogre
Get him.
from the side, if I can.
It's still frontal, unfortunately.
Okay. Do I get a mounted bonus?
Get him.
No.
Okay.
They're too big. It's not considered higher ground.
Sling bullets. Okay, what's my adjustment? Just a -2 for. Oh, wait, that's short.
Your
Nope, that's
short
medium.
range.
That's medium.
Oh, that's medium and long ranges?
Yeah.
Yeah, I should recognize the colors. Yeah. So, -2 for medium range.
Okay. I'm doing a called shot
Okay.
also, so should it be -6?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so -6.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Nope.
That's a load of bullshit right there.
Ooh. So, and Tixo spurs Beef off into the darkness and whirling his sling over his head as he goes. And you hear the hooves kind of scraping and clattering on the rocky ground, and a stone comes flying back towards you and clatters into the ground over here. Arendelle.
Now, if I were to move, I would provoke a opportunity attack, wouldn't I?
Yes, you very well may.
It's either I try to move and get clobbered and downed, or it's I don't move and get clobbered and downed.
Well, since
Still
you're
has that
already
big
right
old
there,
horse stuff.
you might as well fire first. You
Might
might
as
as well
well.
fire first, since you're going to get, with the way the initiative worked out, you're going to have all 3 of your attacks right together. I'm assuming it's the one right in front of you. Okay. As you fire your first shot, and the beast twists out of the way a little bit and just manages to dodge it. The first shot.
Agile little shit. I can't believe this.
No, that sounds about right.
Third time's the charm?
The second shot, in your surprise from the first missed shot, the second shot and the third shot fly wild.
I don't believe this.
It's tough to fire a bow at a big old ogre that's swinging a club in your face.
Rip life.
You're adding the +2 for point blank, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
forgot to-
Everybody
I think
initiatives.
Oh gosh.
I actually
Okay,
forgot
I'm
it
gonna
for the
take
first
this
one.
frickin'
The
pick
first
me
one should be
sign
a
off of
7,
me.
but that's probably still a miss.
Bye-bye, kick me
Yes,
sign.
it was a miss.
No more kick me sign on me.
Yay!
Bye-bye, kick me sign. Stop kicking me. It was tough enough.
Okay.
Larry gets his own motherfucking initiative now. You can't stop his ass now.
You watch, now that I have the weapon I can't
Oh,
do
that was the
squat
wrong one.
with, I'll be able to hit this thing.
Oh, except I picked the wrong thing for my initiative, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm going to cast a spell instead of using my saddle bow, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. Everybody's got their initiative started?
Yep.
Oh, Aaron, you're switching to your the hand axe?
Yes.
Yes, I see that. I'm just going to pull the extras off there for now. And... Okay. You're first, Arendelle.
Go now, get.
I'm gonna clobber this thing, but watch me actually hit him now.
It would be completely backwards, but...
What did I say?
Yes, you do.
What did I say?
Hey, you hit him. It's all good.
And that's
You
with
know.
a -1 to hit as well.
Yeah. Of course, to make you feel better, you got the 1 on the damage, so,
Yeah, of course.
I've been having the same problem.
Dropping his bow in disgust, Arendelle snatches out his hand axe and catches the ogre in the knee. And success.
Turning on my auras.
And that was
could be
almost a
right.
crit as well.
Oh, fuck. Okay,
Well, if you had a crit, you would have done max damage, which would have been much better.
do I have, AoE for the sleep spell?
10 feet radius.
There is a spell effect up in there, yeah. You would know that it probably won't on an ogre, though.
What folder is it in? Oh,
Spell effects.
Spell effects?
See, sleep. Yeah, I can get him. I don't know if his hit dice are low enough, though, but yeah.
One way to find out.
Okay. Can you do the your sleep macro so you can see how many hit die the spell actually is going to affect?
I love you, man. Get him.
Six hit dice.
Woo! Yes.
That's good.
Okay. The ogre wavers for a minute, trying to shake his head, and then kind of slumps and falls over flat on his back.
Oh.
And I just shout out.
And
I shout out, kill the other one!
and Arendelle's sort of going to go,
Larry's just looking, going, "Oh, you're mine, motherfucker."
Okay, Zed. This one is still disoriented from your last spell.
I'm going to attack him in the back.
Get him.
Okay. +2 for the rear attack.
Wonderful.
His erratic wobbling as you try to slip up behind him and stab him with your dagger just makes him a little too hard to hit.
Oh, it looks like it wouldn't have done any
She
damage
could
anyway.
go.
Okay, now that this big old thing's been stomping around her, she was hoping it would kind of go away, and it didn't. She's going to go ahead and kind of lash out at it through the tent with her knife. It'd be like -2 to hit or something, I assume. Blind.
Since she can't actually see him, it's -4.
-4. Okay.
But he's so big.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And actually, roll a strength check for her first to see if she can fight through the tent,
Right.
the heavy
Okay.
canvas of the tent, to actually make an effective attack.
Mm-hmm. Any modifiers on the strength check?
No.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay. Go ahead and do the attack.
There. No ammo. And what was the bonus on there? Fight blind -4.
Just a -4 for blind.
Okay. Yeah. So
Okay.
now slashes through the tent. No effect.
So
Should at least slash the tent
crashing under
open.
the tent,
Can
she
see now.
managed to cut a hole in the tent, and that's about it.
Okay. So now she can see a little more.
Okay. Yeah, she can see a little bit now. Larry.
Larry sees this dude sleeping, and he's like, "Oh, you are mine." So he's gonna ride over and just trample this mofo.
And wake him up.
Okay.
No, it's fine. It's totally
Yeah.
fine. How I get automatic hits and shit, like, because he's totally asleep, right?
Yes.
So
Yep.
I get.
He is helpless.
Say it again.
Because it's
So
helpless.
yes, he's helpless. So roll your hoof attack twice, and don't ignore the 2-hit roll.
So attack, puff. That mofo, get him. Attack bonus or damage bonus?
Don't worry about the attack roll, and you're not going to have a damage bonus per se. So you just get to do the damage without having to roll to hit effectively.
So do 2 hoof attacks. Both of the hoof attacks go.
Uh-huh.
That's a total of 8.
Okay. So
Larry is
very
feeling it.
furious at having you knocked off of him. Trots those few feet forward and starts kicking and stomping on the helpless ogre. You hear several bones breaking under his hooves, and
Oh, good.
the beast stops and battles with the limpness of death.
I'm looking and pointing at this horse, going, "I like this horse."
I told you it was a fine piece of horse flesh, didn't I? I told you.
I really
All right.
like this horse.
Now you said he's blind, so does that give me the sneak then?
The ogre isn't blind. The ogre is stunned. He's stunned,
Okay, so the question stands.
He won't. Yeah, it's a +2 attack against the stunned
+2
target.
to attack. Okay. I'm going to. What's the most vital part of his leg that I can reach? Thigh? Groin?
Hamstrings.
Hamstrings?
You could get a hamstring.
So, I do want to shift my movement because I want to.
You'd have to be on your tippy toes to get to his groin.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and actually. I want to do a tumbling check to tumble to get to the other side of him.
Okay.
Always the groin.
Get myself positioned
Go
over
to the
here.
groin.
And as I'm rolling
Okay.
through or getting through, go for the groin shot with the short sword. So I said +2.
Oh, yeah.
And then again with the dagger. Which misses. Okay.
Yeah. Tried to stretch a little too far with the dagger and only caught air. Zilpha, your spell.
Zilpha doesn't feel so
Assuming you
good.
don't want to feel so crummy.
Yeah. Zilpha doesn't feel so good. She's going to cast Cure Light Wounds on her sorry ass self.
Okay.
It helps a lot. It helps tremendously.
Helps a lot. Okay, the ogre is still stunned this round, and so new round.
So I'm gonna pick my bow up and give this another shot. Pun not intended.
Oh.
Oh, you know it was.
Maybe just a little.
It's all good.
I hope
Oh,
so. That's
I
what
did the
makes it
wrong
hard.
initiative. I still got the short sword. I did the wrong one. You rerolled it.
Okay.
Not much better, but anyways.
Okay. Arendelle, oh, you're back on your boat, so I need to give you the.
Oh, damn. Kavik, beat me by 1/100th of a segment.
Oh, jeez, so close.
Neener, neener, neener.
It was just
Got
that
both of them,
teeny bit
Arendelle?
faster.
I'm not seeing the second one update. You did. There we go. Okay. That was backwards. Okay,
I'm fine with
Zilpha,
going
you're
first.
first.
What? I get to go first? What? That ain't right. Zilpha's gonna go sneak, 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 and she's just gonna put her hands right on Kavik, and she's gonna cast Cure Light Wounds on his sorry ass. He looks kind of puny.
Okay.
Literally on his ass.
Yeah, because
Take
have
what
you
you can get.
noticed? I
Actually,
mean, I know
average,
he's
really.
short. You know, I just kind of went, eh.
He almost flinches from the surprise from someone touching him from behind.
Shigo?
Okay. She sees him now better, right? With
Yeah,
the
she can
cut
see
through
him
the
now.
tent, she can now see him. So, since he's right there, and she'll knife him. Is that +2 for rear or
Okay.
+1 flank?
That is flanking.
So +1.
So +1 for flanking. A grayish green, a dainty grayish green hand slips out of the cut in the tent and
Whiffs.
stabs a knife at the ogre's leg, but misses. Dead.
I'm attacking again with the dagger.
Okay.
God, look at all the 7s. Holy smokes.
Yeah, unfortunately, he rolled a really good initiative.
Is that tumbling AC? Is that till next turn, or is that only for that turn?
For the remainder of the current turn.
Okay.
Current round, rather. Said again, lashing out with his dagger, misses. Ogre. whirling around, seeing his friends, starts backing away, withdrawing, and
So
starts
no attacks of
squeezing
opportunity?
through the rocks again. No, he is withdrawing. Okay.
Bugger. Sheathing the dagger and short sword as he's running forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks through the crack to see if he can still see him.
Yeah, he seems to have managed to squeeze through to the far end of the crack.
He's facing away from me, right?
No.
Oh, he's there. He turned
stayed
around.
facing you guys the whole time, squeezing, fighting his way through there. No, he's still looking right towards you.
Okay.
Growls at you as he sees you. Try to follow him and waves his big club menacingly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's my movement, Darren.
Okay. And Texas?
Okay. I guess that's as far as I can go. Still being... Wait. I can change my attitude, though. Weird. I can't see into the rocks.
It's a pretty tight angle.
Yep. And you saw he retreated through the rocks, but you can't find a good vantage point to get a line of sight on him.
Might be a light source issue too. There's no light going into the crack from that angle.
There is
That's
that.
true. Yeah. Okay. I guess I will go all the way back to the campsite. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9,
Okay.
10, 11, 12. And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. And Tixos comes trotting back up on Beef.
Good old Beef.
You hear the grunting and threatening growls coming from over here beyond the rocks. There he is, going to keep on dancing on that ogre. Arendelle.
Okay, let's see if I can't get an angle.
You can't see in the dark.
Even from there, I cannot see down that crack.
Yeah. Arendelle dodging down, trying to get a line of sight. The light from the fire is just blinding you a little bit, making the distinction in the shadows a little too difficult to see through. Yeah. Actually, you can just barely see the shadow of him right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I see something
See the
right
shadowy
there.
outline of him right at the edge of your vision.
Would I be able to take a shot?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, you want to toss up your range orders real quick so you can tell it's probably short range. maybe medium. Okay, the green is short range. The blue is actually point blank. No, dang.
Yes, blue is point blank, green is short.
Oh yes, yeah, you are actually in point blank range there still.
Ha!
With
Light 'em
the
up.
really bad visibility, get a -2 on that. So basically, you're just not going to get your point blank bonus for the 2-hit. But you can barely see the shadowy outline of them. That hits.
I hit!
You hear a howl of pain come from behind the rock.
Oh, hell yeah! I like this dude.
If there is a shot to be made,
And
I will
again,
goddamn make it.
Arendelle.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah!
There we go. Nice.
Oh, hell
Wow.
yeah! Oh, yes!
Beautiful.
Yes! Oh, I love this dude.
You see, those first few
Now-
shots were
Here,
just warm-ups.
another gurgling howl of pain and a heavy thump.
Yes!
I see him go down, right?
Oh, look at the blood.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. Love that dude. I love this new elf dude. Love him.
Damn, that felt good.
As it falls down, I run up and stab it a few more times in the throat. Hit me, club, damn it. Take his head off.
Yes. Maybe he's got some
frickin'
stuff we can use, right? Maybe he's got some stuff.
Try to find where they were layering.
Shut up. They weren't lairing anywhere. They were just wandering ogres. They don't lair. What are you talking about?
They were out hunting, and they smelled they smelled elf and horse, two of their favorite meals.
I can tell that. We're going to have to bury frickin' Buckaroo. That's going to suck.
Oh, bother. Buckaroo's dead in my tent. Both the tents are fucked up now. One's covered in blood and the other one's got holes in it from stabby stabs.
Well, it's probably
It's only one hole.
torn from being jumped on.
I love antique sauce.
Maybe, or, there may or may not be a tent pole that was shoved up the rectal cavity of an ogre as well.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is where we're going to end as far as the adventure stuff tonight. I'm going to do the experience and what you find on the ogres real quick.
Oh God, no.
What did you guys think about the entire session this evening?
It was not
It was
the
good.
worst that's ever happened.
It was good.
One of the things I was talking about earlier is I'm trying to put more descriptive into, what's happening. So, we can get some feedback on that.
Oh man.
What you just blew your... I'm guessing that was an accident, right?
What?
What did I just do? I was trying to recover and I failed.
Yeah, I think you were trying to recover ammo and you selected the wrong thing and tripped off your parry apt.
Oh, I didn't.
You
It
gotta
said
remember you have that, honey.
no. I said selected broadhead arrows, and it said Zelfa gains 0 broadhead arrows and has 38 remaining. But I don't see anything about the parry apt. That might be something you need to check because I don't see that at all.
Just before. Okay, just before that.
Just before that.
It looks
maybe
like
I
you
did.
used your macro. Yeah.
I was
Twice
trying
on
to,
accident,
I
I'm guessing.
accidentally moved my token because somehow it was like I tried to click on my token so I could get a token action and then click on the find ammo button. But then it was like draggy my token everywhere. Like everywhere my mouse moved, my token went.
Right.
So I'm like, click, just stop. Just put her there. I don't care where she is. And apparently that's what happened.
Would I be able to
Okay,
retrieve
so we have
the...
5 players.
I still have 2 charges
Your swing
remaining.
bullets?
You got to fix
Or
that
the
shit.
arrows?
I was just going to see if I could retrieve like the arrowheads and feathers from that one arrow I didn't manage to retrieve.
You can get the arrowhead, yes. The feathers would be ruined from trying to strip them off, and in the process trying to strip them off. You can recover the arrowhead though.
Okay.
We don't have any more NPCs anymore. Okay. Because Shiko doesn't gain experience yet. She's still 0 level.
Yeah, she's just a hireling, right?
Somewhat in a
Yes.
sense. Not your standard one, but yeah.
As far as mechanic-wise, yeah, she's a hireling, not a henchman or follower. Okay. Okay, now for the rest of the experience stuff, make sure for Zed, Zilpha, and Atixos, get your 50 experience per spell level for the spells cast. Kvik, that you got your XP for your backstab. And
Right, there's...
Erendil,
Can I cast some more
where it shows
spells
the
right
warrior
now?
experience on the...
Can I just heal everybody up right now?
Yeah, since we're out of session though, so
Yeah, let's just heal everybody up
you're not
all
in
the
the
way.
encounter anymore,
Yeah.
so you're not. It's not going to be an XP thing.
I just would like
Erendil,
everybody to be full.
See how the XP macro shows up. The top one is your base experience, and then the bottom one as a warrior. You apply that by your level, and that's how much bonus experience you get as a warrior.
Is it 50
An extra
per
120.
level, or is
Level
it
one
50
right now.
period? 50 per level? So when I cast the light and load, I've cast it like 3 times now.
Right. 50 per spell level.
Yeah. Not that much, but if I heal everybody up right now, I don't get that experience, which is fine. I don't care about the experience. I just don't care about us starting the session with everybody healed up. So I've cast Cure Light Wounds twice. Let me mark that off on my spell thing. I still have 2 more to cast, I think, because I think I memorized it 4 times. Let me look. Yeah, I memorized it 4 times. So I'll cast it again on myself. I get an extra 7. And then I'll cast it on my last one on Kvik.
That was the wrong one. Huh.
And he gets 7.
Another 7? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and set my spells for the next night. Oh, because we're going to have another night before we have to fight again, hopefully, right? So I can go ahead and set my spells for tomorrow. And hopefully it'll count.
This was at 11 o'clock at night, and this was at about 11 o'clock at night during second shift. So if you want to
I'm actually going to cast
extend
my
your
Cure
rest
Light.
to get enough rest to rememorize. Let me finish, please. If you want to be able to get enough rest to be able to rememorize spells, you'll have to spend 8 hours. You'll have to spend an extra 4 hours in your rest break.
I think that's worth it. We want.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, we'll do that.
It's not really a question.
While I'm here, I'm going to cast my lay on hands on Kavik. Is that granted powers artist?
You might as well just wait till next session to cast spells so you can get XP.
I don't care about the XP. I want to make sure that we're there when we get there.
I'm only down 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, yeah, as long as he's up to date.
Yeah.
Tucked into the boot of the ogre here, you find kind of squished into the leather inside his boot. You find 7 gold pieces.
Okay.
Vic, 10 more for you.
Yeah, I only
That
needed
should be
4.
enough. Yeah, that should be sufficient for you to be full. Yeah. 50 XP is not worth it for me to. We're going to start the session with everybody down on HP.
It's 100 for you, isn't it? Because you're a priest.
50 per level. I don't think I get.
No, that's the 100 is only for ethos spells. The 50 is for other spells. So things that are specific to her ethos.
So it has to have to do
100
with
per spell level. Other spells are 50 per spell level.
So it has to have to do with the portfolio of the god, right?
So the light and load should have been
Correct.
100 per instead of 50 per.
So, Quick takes the coin he
Yes,
found.
the light and, all your traveler's spells will be 100 per.
Okay, I only gave 50 per
other
each
spells
time.
will not.
So I'll up that right now.
And any spells you cast on a horse, though, right? Because it's all about mounts and shit and traveling and.
Well,
not entirely. Yes,
the mount
no.
part is actually just that Artis has a special association with horses, and so taking care of them, that's a role-playing kind of thing. But he's actually primary function is he's the god of travel and trade and wanderers and nomads. Travelers, wanderers, tradesmen, traders, merchants, and nomads.
Oh, okay. So if you cure a bunch of disease for like traveling merchants, then she might get 100 points per spell level then.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And you know, in one sense, an adventuring group qualifies as travelers, but healing is not a main function of the ethos.
Yeah.
So it does not quite fit everything.
But every time I cast the create campsite, the light and load, stuff like that, then I get the full 100.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
So those are ethos-specific spells.
Yeah.
For the 2 days that have passed, am I able
Those
to...
ones are actually literally spells that only your ethos gets, which is why that qualifies.
Gotta bury Buckaroo. Who wants to dig?
We can do that next session because the session's over.
Yeah.
That's
So for
too
the,
bad.
For the 2 days that have passed, can I knock those 2 days off the as working towards the completion of my bow, or not? Because we're rushing.
Say that again?
So for the 2 days that have passed, am I able to knock them off as being worked towards for my bow, or not, because we're rushing to get to our destination?
I would say you could be working on that during your guard shift, so yeah, you can have the credit for those 2 days. Because, I mean, you still have, you know, some downtime while you're stopping to rest and all that.
Yeah, no worries, I just wanted to check.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so somewhere over near the campfire. You'll see the bits and pieces of a bow that Arundel has been working on. Carving out.
Nice. I love that.
So, and that was, as far as that coin, that was from searching all three of them, right? Just automatically looking at all three.
Correct. There was only the one that had anything on him of note.
You know, I still can't believe that with those first few shots of my bow, I missed what I managed to hit with the hand axe.
Well, he was in your face, so yeah.
Yeah. And I suppose those first ones were a warm-up for the later shots.
Yeah, just making sure you knew, getting that hand-eye coordination going.
Well, I definitely
Nobody's
needed it.
judging you, friend. Nobody's judging you. You came through in the clutch.
It is the middle of the night. Honestly, the last one was running away anyway, so.
Oh no, I'm glad you got him though. They killed Buckaroo.
Yeah,
they
yeah,
all needed to go down. We're short amount now. Damn. We're back to riding double on Larry.
or the draft horse. He can probably take the weight at least as well.
Yeah, I just tend to think Larry's stronger because he's better in every way than every other mount we have.
Sort of like how I think my bow is better than every other bow in every other way.
Exactly, exactly. All right, get on Larry, because that's it.
Okay, I'm cleaning up the map here real quick.
Although it might be nice if you switched places with somebody who's the lightest person. Kavik, you can't ride on a war horse. You have to ride on a pony. Okay, never mind. Arendelle, you don't
We're gonna
weigh
try
too
and fix
much.
that in Port Hervan or as soon as close as possible.
You can ride on Larry if you want. We'll put Arendelle on the pony. It'll be fine. I ain't playing.
I'm sure the pony would love that.
Whoever's the lightest needs to
I'm
be
the
riding.
lightest.
Needs to
I'm
be
the lightest
riding with me. Yeah.
Oh, okay, with you. Yeah.
Whoever's the heaviest needs to be riding on the horse that can carry the heaviest weight. Hello, Antixos.
Yeah, I weigh 166 pounds or something like that. I'm pretty sure I'm the heaviest.
You need to be on the draft horse and not on frickin' beef. We need to put Arendelle on beef. Go can still ride her horse. It's fine. But Zilpa's not going to dictate this. She's just going to mention, hey, this might be better for the mounts involved. Just saying. And y'all decide who's going to ride with who.
Hey.
If I ride with Arendelle,
I don't think it makes any difference for the mounts involved, really. But I need enough movement rate on my horse so I can get in position to cast spells.
That's true. Because your spells were helpful, yeah.
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 That sleep spell ended up saving me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I was expecting to get clobbered.
For moving forward, when you're not doing the force march stuff like this, if Zed and Antixos, you guys are starting to study the spell book, the giant spell book, and familiarize yourself with it. You can be working towards that. You can get one page worth towards a given spell every other day.
You're not gonna have time to study.
If you're memorizing spells while you're in guard shift stuff, then not so much. I don't strictly hold that it's a solid day, from waking up to sleeping again to do each page in a spell book. But
once we get to a Priest of Attain, I might be
mostly
there for a while.
because it just makes the timeline draw out way too much. So you can do stuff like that as while you're on your guard shift. Some of that, this and that. So.
But I also figure once I get to the Priest of Attain, we might be stuck there for a short period of time. That might be a good time for them to spend fully in study. I mean, maybe I'm wrong based on what I read, but it seems like, yeah, I might want to find a good hole to hide in for a bit.
Yeah, you guys might have some downtime there, depending on what you guys decide.
Well, I'll discuss it with them. We'll
Okay,
see what
so
happens.
oh,
Oh, good Lord. That was some scary shit
yes,
that you sent me.
to your last question. I am sorry, I fell a little bit behind on that.
No, no worries. Just making sure.
Can I open up the document that you shared with me about lycanthropy to everyone? Because I'm just going to tell everybody everything that you told me. I don't see any reason to hold any of it back because these are the people who are my traveling companions. And so why would I keep anything from them? You know what I'm saying?
Maybe you should do that in character.
Yep.
Where they can read it on their own time and.
Yeah, it's a pretty long handout, so.
That's
the
why
intent
I thought
was to just have it available. Give it to you for now, and then as you're sharing what you've learned from that.
That was my thought, is though they
can
read it when they have time, and just assume that as we're traveling, I'm talking about it, and because it's so long and there's so much. I can't RP all that. I'm overwhelmed myself with it. So if you could make that available, that would be useful, but it's it's up to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys go to the House Rules handout at the top, it has been added to the Special Notes section. You can click the link to the main handout for it.
As we're riding along, Zilpha will share what she's learned. Yeah.
I need to fix the handout first. I
was going to say it's not coming up.
I just realized I would set it up, and you guys can't actually open it. Entirely my bad there.
So it's under where? My cat's being an asshole again. Hello, kitty. You're such a good kitty. Yes, you are.
Okay, so I restructured some of this. I restructured stuff for how I'm handling the House Rules handouts and all that. I created one handout that's got basically like a list of links to different sections and subtopics. And so I added the on lycanthropy handout to the special notes in that main House Rules.
House Rules, okay.
So
you read about on lycanthropy, you'll just find out everything Zilpha just found out and why she's freaking out so hard. And she keeps going, this is my life now. This is my life now.
Holy crap, there's so much here.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's why I'm like, can we please just share it so I don't have to try to explain it?
yeah, it's a different system.
There's a lot there. If Zilpha had to role play every bit of that, we'd do nothing but role play that for like 3 sessions. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want that to be happening.
Well, that's where half my experiences come from so far.
Yay!
That's pretty much how it goes.
And I'm already so close.
Yeah.
So this is kind of like the 3rd edition template.
But even a wish can't cure her.
It's kind of like the 3rd edition template for lycanthropes.
I know virtually nothing about 3rd edition.
In 3rd edition, you can have templates like
kind of what I like and went with,
like ghost or werewolf or vampire or lich, and they sort of function as a secondary race. Like they give you bonuses to some stats and penalties to others, and they give you weaknesses and strengths and extra spells per day and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's more like that rather than just strictly a curse. It actually changes your race, is how I rule it. My interpretation, I guess. Suddenly deathly quiet as everybody's reading.
There's so much. I
Yep.
mean, there's so much there. This is my life now.
Yeah, it's almost like a kit added onto your character.
But the problem is, it's not
In a way, yeah.
guaranteed, and it's going to take forever. Even if she does learn how to master this, it's going to take forever for her to be able to do it.
Yeah, the cons seem to outweigh
Well,
the pros.
You know,
Yeah, the cons definitely outweigh the pros, and even a wish won't cure her. That's the thing. It's like even a full wish. When I'm like, even a wish won't do it. A wish does everything. What the hell? It gives me 3 months. That's all I get. Are you full of shit? What's going on?
That's a hella powerful curse if a wish doesn't do anything.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so this is my life now. But you see why
that's like God tier.
see why we have to get to the Priest of Attain, though, because the blessing of the Priest of Attain is the thing that gives her the greatest chance of being able to learn to master it. If you don't have the blessing of the Priest of Attain, it's a big deal.
If you don't have the blessing, you have no chance to gain control of the beast.
Yeah. I must have the blessing of the Priest of Attain.
Which is why Gwydion freaked out.
Yeah. But see,
Because
Gwydion didn't have the friends I
He
have.
wasn't going to have the chance.
Gwydion didn't have the
He
friends
also
I
didn't
have.
have enough time.
Yeah.
He didn't have enough time. He got infected just before the cutoff, so he knew he only had a few days and he was screwed. And
I
so,
just wonder if, like, you locked yourself in, like, a bottom of a well or something. You know, I mean, there's got to be a solution
That's
to
pretty
this
much what we
problem.
did. It's just they broke through anyways.
I know. No, you know, if we put them deep enough down.
That bolt hole was not helping you all. And Eric did not help y'all.
I'm not thrilled with this situation, but I mean, RP opportunity, I'm going to grab it. So there we go. But, you know, at least I know Kavik's he gave me the nod. He and I understand each other. If I'm a threat to my friends or to the animals or to Larry, he's going to take me out. And I trust in, you know what, and Tixos would too. Earlier I wasn't sure, and Tixos might have just been like, oh, she's hungry. Sometimes I get hungry. I know what it feels like. But he was so loyal today. Oh, bother, you know? But he was so loyal today. It was so sweet. It's like, well, we gotta go take care of Zilpha. Bye. You know?
I'm out of here.
bye now. We gotta go take care of Zilpha. Oh, bother. You know, it was so sweet, so. But for the next few months, this is going to real suck ass. I mean, this is going to suck ass for months. Months. My friends aren't going to be safe. Larry's not going to be safe.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to be safe.
See, one of the things is when you say kind of saying, well, the cons outweigh the pros. It's like a lot of the cons are manageable though. They're not, and the pros you get. So it's kind of part of the trade-off.
But my God won't abandon me, right?
And some of those pros are really big pros.
Artist won't abandon me though, right?
No.
Artist knows I didn't choose this shit. So, but if I start salivating over Larry, I trust all y'all to kill me. Y'all can't let me hurt. Y'all can't let me hurt Larry. I want to equip all my friends with some silver weapons. What's the deal with silver weapons in your world, Elena?
You can have things that are where the side, like the edges of the blade, the flats of the blades are inlaid with silver, and they'll function as a silver weapon, which is exactly what Sergeant Vickle was able to hurt the one when he went down into the ravine to block off the bolt hole.
Who saw that coming? I did not see him being able to do that. I didn't see any of the regular soldiers being able. Yeah, I didn't see any of those soldiers there having the ability to hurt the were creatures.
No, just Sergeant.
Only one.
Just Sergeant.
But I didn't foresee any of them. I mean, that was the thing for me. It was just a shock. It was like, wait, what? Just as I was kind of shocked when I'm like, oh wait. Vic has magic bullets. I vaguely remember that he had something in his pouch that was magical. You know?
Poor Edward had to pick up a fiery club.
Yeah.
Luckily, didn't have to deal with anything too directly.
I just didn't think anybody had anything that would deal with them. Except for me. I knew my weapon would deal with them. You know? But I didn't think a car or...
The car had the spear, remember?
Well,
the giant spear.
I remembered that once he hit the dude.
He'd just gotten it, so she didn't really remember it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He hit the dude, and I'm like, oh, yeah, we have two. You know, I thought, like, nobody could hit them except for me. Or else I wouldn't have ridden in there quite so.
Yeah.
Yay! Let's go kill the dudes.
You still needed to, because you needed to use that mace, but...
It's in some ways that whole encounter was, you got really lucky in some ways and really unlucky in others. The first one breaking out as quickly as he did was, just a kind of a blind luck sort of thing for him. But at the same time, that was actually lucky for you guys in a way, because then you didn't have all of them coming out at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We really lucked out, and the fact that only one person out of all of us and all of the soldiers and everything got infected was really lucky. Because it could have gone very badly.
Yeah, imagine and then the first one, when you were fighting it, it only... And Zed's light spell, finding it, helped a ton there.
Zed, what a blessing
kept it
Zed
from
was
raking
to
up
us,
all sorts of people over there.
Yeah. Zed was huge with that. Zed was huge.
Sorry,
oh my gosh.
I apologize.
You're blinding.
Oh, it was
Your
so...
blinding of critters has been...
When you blinded the first of the were-lions.
Oh.
That was huge.
And the ogre tonight. That also helped.
Yeah, that was huge.
The sleep, the blind, the spells kicking in as they should. It's been good.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's the situation. So we're hoping to get to the Priest of Attain so that we can get to the best possible outcome. But even the best possible outcome is gonna suck. Because I would rather not be one of these dudes.
It will be difficult for a while.
So,
And there's a little bit more to learn through once you get there, but
Yeah.
so Zilpha, what's your favorite meat? Sheep, pork, beef?
Pork.
figure out
Everybody
what-
knows pork is the best.
Gotta figure out what we're gonna prepare for you for your nightly
Pork.
indulgence.
You can get pork chops. You can get ham. You can get bacon.
All right.
Everybody knows pigs are the tastiest animals.
So when
Highly disagree.
when it comes to that time frame that we need to be near a pig farm.
But the thing is
Buy
that
a few pigs.
you know, the thing that when I was discussing this with Elena earlier that she mentioned is that I'm going to start, and you saw it already with the centaurs, I'm going to start smelling like a predator.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Yeah,
going
so I have to deal with that too.
yep.
spook
So
the
things that are
animals.
sensitive to that will.
And
Now-
even Larry, with whom I have a
And here's a
bond.
note.
And who do we have charismatically left?
Shannon.
Yeah.
Shannon. Here's a note with regard to that.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're able to control yourself, you will be able to control your scent as well. How strong that scent is.
But that's still months away, and I
Uh,
don't want to scare Larry.
Yeah, it's a pheromone. It's a pheromones kind of thing, and yeah.
Larry's going to be scared of me very soon. Larry's going to be scenting that I'm a predator very soon.
He's still also a
So-
trained horse, and he knows you, so
Yeah, so
he's
that's
got that
that's
to fight against.
that's a plus. But the other animals don't have that. They're not trained like he is, and they don't have the relationship with him that I have, and so you know, Beef and Giuseppe and Nubs and all these other animals are going to be going, oh hell no, get away from her. And Larry is going to be wary.
Yeah, and they're also not trained. The rest of the animals also are not trained, well, except for Fluffy, actually, I guess, are not trained to be aggressive and fight back when they sense fear. They're just they have their instinct to run.
Yeah.
So Larry would be more likely to stand his ground and all that too because of his training as a warhorse.
Yeah. But every
But the
other
others,
animal
no
is going to be.
guarantees there.
Yeah. So that's another reason why we need to get there. We need to get there as soon as possible and let me start making, learning these skills and learning this transformation because the animals are going to be scared.
Who do we have left that has any charisma?
That's an excellent question. Who do we have left who has charisma? Because I have a 7
Probably
and
a
Tixos
Rendell.
has a 7.
Because
You have
elves,
a 6, right?
elves
Yeah.
have to have like a 12 or higher, right? Or 9
Oh.
9 or higher, 10 or higher, something like that.
11 or higher, something like that. Yeah, something like that. I think it's 9 or higher.
Yeah, and I have exactly 11.
Like
So what have I
said,
just
the
roped
best
myself
looking
into?
Of all of you.
You're traveling with a group of social misfits who are really not attractive, nor are they socially engaging.
Well, when
Zed-
Arendelle was
Zed
working on his
actually
bow,
the most charismatic.
Who?
Yep, there we go, Zed.
Dad. Okay, that's good to know.
and I was going to say, when Arendelle's working on his bow, he's not exactly going to be social.
Yeah. Well, this is something I was
Oh, they have
curious
to have an
about,
8.
Elena, or not. Because I would really like, if possible, to come across later at some point. I know right now we've just kind of fled away from Droxer, but Droxer would be somebody to be a killer henchman to have. And Barrick would have been a killer henchman, but he just ran off. What are the odds that we can acquire
Barrick-
one of those two?
Barrett's kit would have made him a horrible henchman. How he designed his character just wouldn't work as a henchman.
Well, I was just thinking it would be nice to have a healer.
Yeah,
because my character's not a healer.
On the other hand, would.
Yeah.
Yeah, Droxer on the other hand would, but yeah, you guys just did pretty much bolt the opposite direction from where you learned that he is. So.
Well, we had to.
Well, Droxer was at Fort Benson.
Now, he was traveling with the army that we just.
Oh, so did
we
Droxer
contacted them? He said he told you all that that Lord Barry had marshaled his entire army at East Point and was heading down towards where you guys were.
Yeah,
okay,
but we couldn't
know if
wait.
that meant him included, since he was at Benson and.
Yeah, no, Matt.
Barry was at
the
East Point.
The whole group, all of the major NPCs from Benson are with the army at the moment.
But we couldn't wait.
Okay.
I mean, that's the problem. Every day, every day matters. Every day matters. And so, if we could get somebody like, I'm just thinking Zilpha is not great as a healer. And so if we can find somebody who would be a great healer, then that would be a great benefit to the party. Just as a henchman, that would be really useful to us, because that's not where my giftedness is. I've been doing that because I had no choice. But we really need somebody for whom that's their thing. We need a Gary. You know what I'm saying?
Gary.
Oh yeah.
Gary's my healer character that I was playing in Michael's campaign.
Oh.
Yeah, she was a pacifist healer. It was kind of annoying.
Well, clerics don't really exist in this campaign, right? So that's kind of hard to do.
Yeah.
So.
Well, your generic clerics, no, but the different priesthoods. I mean, like Droxer is a freaking insanely amazing healer. As a healer.
That's why if we could find Droxer again and somebody could recruit him. But the problem is none of us have any charisma to do that. I mean, I have a charisma of 7. Vix is what, 6?
Hey.
6.
6. And Tixos is
you
what,
all made
7?
the characters. I can't do much about that.
Yeah,
I'm fine with it.
I rolled horrible on my stats with this character. See, now, my previous character had a pretty decent charisma, and he could have had, henchmen, but that was I rolled really lucky on his stats, other than wisdom.
There's another side to it. You don't have to get henchmen. You can get hirelings also.
Yeah.
The problem with the hirelings is that they don't advance the way henchmen do.
Fine, whatever. We just need some healers.
Whatever they are is what they are.
Yeah. I'm with you in Tixos. When I rolled my pacifist healer, she rolled a 16 as her highest stat and a 15.
Yeah.
And I'm like, 16 wisdom, 15 charisma. Because I'm like, if you're going to be a pacifist, you got to have some charisma to be able to avoid conflict.
You got to talk your way out of stuff.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, she's got to be pretty. She's got to be able to talk her way out of stuff. I'm not going to move that somewhere else. I'm totally putting that in charisma. But then Michael totally canned his campaign, and it's unfortunate because that's one of my favorite characters I've ever played. She was really great. But, there is a place for the kind of just, what's that? The Hippocratic Oath healer. Do no harm. I won't cause harm to anybody. I'll just heal people who are injured, regardless of where they come from, type situation. I mean, she was badass at that, you know? So, but Michael was like, that's annoying. I'm like, well, fuck you.
Well, yeah, and see that was, that was kind of a weird thing when you're looking at the basic stuff for Droxer as a priest of Atane, and the way Barrick made his halfling priest of Ladix is, they were both the kit that Barrick had just would make him being just a healer as an NPC really difficult.
Mm-hmm.
But Droxer, on the other hand, well, he can't. Part of Barrick's kit was that he can't engage in fighting at all. Where he could, but it was like the most abhorrent thing to him. And Droxer, as a priest of Atane, with how they're set up, they will protect themselves and defend themselves, and do defensive maneuvers in a fight, but their part of the ethos is to not harm living creatures.
Yeah.
So you give them undead, and they're
Undead
going to go nuts
totally
to destroy
open,
the undead.
yeah. Oh hell yeah, undead are
but it's
free reign.
as far as the priest of Atane, it's more than just being a healer per se. It's about being an extra part of it, kind of just playing defense,
Yeah.
but playing defense for the group, not just themselves, So they'll do a rush in and push something back with their shield, or things like that. Where the way Barrick's character was set up, it was just like, yeah, I'm just going to scamper and hide behind something and maybe try to dart forward and heal somebody if they need it.
Well, that was Gary's gift, though, wasn't it? Gary wasn't going to ever attack a sentient creature. That's the thing. For her, that was the dividing line. But, we just need a healer. If we had a healer, then that would open up my skills or my spells so much more. I wouldn't have to spend 4 of my first level spells, or 5, on healing spells, which is what I'm doing right now. I could do it on other spells.
Yeah.
And somebody else could take that healing role, and it'd just be fun. It'd just be more fun. I'm just saying. Maybe not for y'all.
Well, keep in mind.
But for me, it would be more fun.
You're on. Keep in mind, y'all are on your way to a temple full of priests that specialize in healing. So,
okay, good.
There
So
you
maybe we can find one if one of us has enough charisma to talk one of them into it. But we're a very low charismatic group.
Yeah.
In general.
Yeah, we're generally antisocial.
Yeah. We're so sad.
And Quake's okay with that.
But if we can get a healer to join us, then yay.
Yeah.
Problem solved. It would be. I just love the spells that are available to the Priests of Artists. I just think they're really great spells.
Yeah.
And I would love to focus on those rather than having to spend so much of my energy on, okay, well, somebody's got to be the healer.
We really don't have a tanky character either.
I know. Now that
like-
Thalian's gone, we don't.
Yeah.
I
Well,
was
when,
going to work on Edward, but
you had Edward.
when Thalian was here, we had 3 tanky guys. So,
Yeah. But I got to tell you, I think I love Antixos more. And you have to understand, Thalian was my dude. I loved Thalian. My heart was all over Thalian. But I think I love Antixos more.
the problem, though, with
So much more
having
fun.
tanky guys is the economy in this campaign is non-standard, and it's really hard to have an
Yep.
effective tank with a
Yeah.
non-standard economy, because you can't buy
Yeah.
the armor you need at level 1 or even at level 3.
Yeah.
in a
And
non-standard
think of how
economy.
long it took Thalion to be able to get
So
his swords and stuff.
it's like the economy
What,
is kind of
what
working
are you
against us.
talking about? You all had earned enough stuff to be able to buy a car bought a suit of banded mail. He was still level 2 at that point. Yeah, Edward got the
We were getting
plate
him geared
mail.
up.
Has the enchanted plate mail. You know.
Well, maybe we go back and get Edward later, and he
Yeah.
becomes our tank. You know, with
Well,
his
that
little
was
goblin
kind of the plan,
spines
but
and-
Yeah, but at
considering-
level 1, it's kind of, that's neither here nor there. Like at level 1, there really are no tanks because
yeah,
you can't have
Right.
weapons and armor. You have to have one or the other. And
Yeah.
standard D&D economy, you can have both because they're
Yeah.
both affordable.
yeah.
So, for warriors,
Well,
anyways.
it depends on what weapons you want to use.
You know, that's
You go with
true.
axes and spears, which, you know, especially like axes, you can still do pretty darn good damage with it, with a war axe. And
But that's still metal in your
You know.
world, though. That's still metal. And
But the axe-
metallurgy is difficult in your world. I mean, that's something.
But the
to-
axes are way cheaper than the sword jars. What she's saying. Which
I
is-
get that, but
Makes it
still.
available.
yeah.
There's, what I'm trying to say is there
Yeah,
is,
are other options for weapons that do good damage that are not
Yeah.
so ridiculously expensive.
what I'm trying to say is there's just a lot of problems with design from the get-go when it comes
Yeah.
to having proper balance in the party, having a tanky person, having, damagey people and things like that, especially when it comes to warriors.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, and you're right. When Thalion was here, we had a whole party full of warriors.
Yeah, and
And-
nobody really had
Yeah.
decent weapons or armor pretty much
No,
until
but
Thalion was
we-
dead, basically.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, we were getting things geared up. I mean, we were finally getting some coin to where we can get the gear,
Yeah.
but then things fell apart. So before we could really get them going, and
I know, and I think that a big reason for that is because of design from the get-go. It is designed to be against you from
Well,
the beginning.
okay, I mean, I agree with you. It is a tough start. There's no debating that. But had Akar not done his actions and Thalion had been alive, we would have been able to gear him up. Or if Akar or Edward
Had dropped
had not
out.
left,
Yeah.
Well,
they
just,
would be geared up.
They
I mean,
just
Edward was
suddenly
at
fucking
Edward was at
dropped.
what -1 armor class. Now he just needed a weapon.
It
and
took... Yeah, go ahead.
And he could have had a weapon. Apparently, he could have used that magical broadsword.
Right.
Which
But he
Akar
didn't
had.
speak up. He
Akar
didn't
had
say,
that.
"Hey, by the way, if you let me have that, then I can use that, and it won't be as much of a negative for me as it is for you."
So he still
But
wasn't
Edward was not going to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I'm just talking about character creation.
Yeah.
right.
It's
Right.
it is designed to be against warriors, essentially.
You're
from the
right.
beginning.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that, because I
And
feel
so-
like the way I felt about it is as I wanted to play a cleric, I felt like the world was open to me as a cleric.
Mm-hmm.
There were so many choices.
Yeah, there's certain classes that
There-
are kind of favored by
yeah.
the system, and I think
But if
priest
I'd
is really
chosen
one
a
of them.
Yeah, it really was. I felt very wide open toward what I could have chosen as a priest. But if I'd chosen to be a warrior, which is not my chosen class, I don't really enjoy playing warriors very much.
Right.
If I'd chosen to do that, I would feel the same way that you do. Like that I would have felt limited because I wouldn't have been able to have at the get-go the same kind of advantages that the cleric had.
Right.
At level 1 as a cleric, I felt more privileged.
Yeah. And
You know what I'm saying? Even
D&D
though yeah.
Well,
D&D tends to favor priests
yeah,
without
and you also take into
custom
account
rules.
on that is
No, you're absolutely right. That's a D&D weakness. That's not an Elena's world weakness. That's a D&D weakness.
but it's even worse here. because of I think it's mostly just the custom priesthoods.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the magical priesthood is able to get all of the schools of magic, whereas no wizard will ever gain all the schools of magic.
Yeah.
So there literally is
Right.
no
But
point.
They also never get 8th or 9th level spells.
Yeah.
Right, but from character creation standpoint, there literally is no point in playing a wizard at all, other than for role-playing purposes.
Yeah.
And then also you have to have
know that
the
clerics don't
intelligence, anyways, to get those spells and get to a high enough level. So
Yeah.
things are stacked against the entire class of wizard in this campaign and warrior in this campaign. It's like the campaign
I wouldn't say it's
favors
stacked
priests and
against them, but it's favored more toward the others. Yeah, because I felt like the priesthoods.
yeah,
There were so many benefits to each of the different cleric spheres.
yeah,
I could have, I chose this one, the artist one.
yeah,
But if I chose any other one, I could have just been as equally favored in a different way.
yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't think that's entirely that's a this world problem as much as that's a D&D problem. Although I will grant you that if you're playing just pure second edition D&D, warrior does get more benefits than in this world, because in the second edition pure D&D,
Yeah.
you get more benefits because you're less limited and you get more HP. Just in general, you get more advantages. You're not limited in the armor you can wear or the weapons.
Right.
Whereas a cleric across the board is benefited, but they're limited in their weapons, they're limited in their armor, but they get these other benefits. I do feel like the cleric is kind of a favored class.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's kind of magnified here.
The generic second edition cleric they're not limited on armor at all.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, their weapons are limited, but they still have some decent weapons available.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
And, they get all of their spells. They get you get the bonus spells from wisdom. You get the turning undead and all sorts of stuff, and they have really good hit points.
Yeah, they really do. I
They're
feel
not
like the
quite as
cleric
good as
is
a fighter, but they have good hit points.
they're a
Yeah.
privileged class. They really are in second edition.
And the part of why when I through the years have been developed in the campaign setting, the priests are much narrower focus.
Yeah.
And honestly, a lot of the priests can't even use healing spells. There's only 4 different priesthoods that even have access to healing spells.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing in regular D&D, basically.
So it makes things much more focused. And a lot of the different priests can't turn undead. They have their spells and they have those other ethos abilities and stuff.
Right.
So I really narrowed the scopes down. They're still within their scope just as powerful as a regular second edition priest, but each priesthood does have a much more narrow scope. That's kind of was the goal with the different priesthoods, the way they're set up.
And I appreciate that because I really do feel like, because I was talking with Josh earlier and he was talking, a few weeks ago, and he was saying that Zilpha gave off to him like a paladin vibe. And I'm like, well, she's not really a paladin, but, she's in your world really the closest am I wrong? One of the closest things you have. to a paladin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
between
yeah.
Priest of Latex and Priest of Artist, yeah, they definitely have some of that paladin feel.
Yeah, because
And
he has more of the
a good fair amount of
abilities.
that, though,
Priest,
is also your own playing
a
style and how
well
you're playing
a
it.
well developed Priest of, yeah, that's also playstyle too. Yeah, definitely. Uh, as far as the Priest of Latex, when it all told, they are the closest to a paladin when it's all said and done. Um, they have the detect evil the holy aura. If they get a holy weapon, they get the aura effects from a holy weapon. A lot of that sort of stuff. But they have a fairly drastic limitation on weapons. They can only use blunt weapons. So, there's that kind of kickback from the full on Holy Avenger Paladin thing going on.
Yeah. I really felt like, based
But
on what I read, those were kind of
they don't
the
have all of the
two.
abilities of a paladin. They don't have all of the abilities of a paladin, but they do get quite a few of them. They do get several of them. And so, yeah, a well-developed Priest of Latex could very much come across as the paladin type. When like if you start looking at the priests of Aoife and Skithok, they can be just terrifying, but they can't heal for anything, and they have certain restrictions in combating type encounters that like a priest of Aoife literally cannot retreat from a fight. Cannot. If a fight's going on and they've been involved in it, they have to remain engaged, unless the enemy withdraws. It's the only time they can disengage is if the enemy withdraws. So that's kind of can be a tough thing sometimes. It can put you in a real sticky situation roleplay wise. And then the priest of Skithok, they've got some definite quirks. They're fearless, and they great weapons, not great armor, because Skithok, the view of that ethos is that encasing yourself in steel means you're not facing your fears, so they can't wear heavy armors. The really heavy armors. Or use anything more than a small shield. Hiding behind steel is not facing your fears. So, but then we come across stuff. Some of the biggest impacts with roleplay for Priests of Skithok are roleplay stuff where you come across somebody that's requesting help who dealing with something or other, and they feel they've been slighted, or they're seeking justice. Then they have to answer that call. And all the different priests have certain types of things where if that situation comes up, they have to respond in a certain to certain types of situations where
Yeah. I understand that, but it's also for us when we're burying frickin' Thalion and we're having to put his frickin' weapons in the ground with him, and we're like looking at those weapons going, bye-bye, bye, metal weapons that will never be used again.
You chose to.
Yes, we freaking did. Yes, we freaking did.
Well, he had several different weapons that you could have chosen to offer to the altar for that ritual.
No, we did not.
It could have been. Yeah.
We had no.
Let her talk.
It could have been the short sword
not if we're going to
and
be
one of the long swords, not both of the long swords.
Thalion. No.
That's a role-playing thing, though. That's not
that was role-playing.
That was a role-playing thing, but it's also
role-play.
No, okay, I'll give you that. It's a role playing thing, but I will say that if you're going to role play characters who have integrity, that's what's going to happen. And do you want to
Well,
have
you don't have to.
do
No.
you
That
want to
was
have
that was the whole thing why
characters
Edward
That's
got
on
left
you.
behind.
who don't have integrity? Do you want to have characters who are role playing who don't have integrity? You know, they ask for his weapons, and so he gave his weapons.
It can be fun sometimes. So it is what it is.
No, it's not ever fun to be an asshole. I'm sorry. It's just not ever. I'm sorry. Maybe that's just a
At
weakness
least
that
not
I
amongst
have.
friends. Thalion was friend.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it is what it
Yeah.
is. I'm not. I got no regret on
No,
leaving those
now
swords
that
behind. He
I
bought them with
don't
his
either.
coin, and
I
all
don't
that.
either because they were his. But and maybe that's a weakness in my character as a player because I just can't imagine being the kind of player who'd be like, oh no, here, let's give this crappy ass dagger and this, little funky short sword and act like those were his weapons. I'm just never going to be that kind of player. That's just not cool to me. I don't. It's just like being the kind of
I
person who plays
I would.
lawful, evil characters and
Yeah.
thinks they're fun. It's just not ever going to be me.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was going to say. Is I wouldn't say it's a weakness as a player. It's just what you enjoy playing, what you want to the kind of stuff, role play encounters and things like that you want to engage in. I just
Yeah.
say, don't volunteer to sign up for a campaign that's based on an evil party.
Right.
Not
Yeah.
your cup of tea. That's fine. That's cool.
So hopefully I don't regret leaving Edward behind, but I felt that was a role play situation. I mean, the party needed mobility, and there was no other horses available.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
he sacrificed himself from the party. I mean, he was gonna. I mean, there was a lot of still potential, and to build him into the tank fighter we needed.
Yeah.
And hopefully
yet
we
the
can go back
decision
and
to-
get him.
Right.
The situation demanded that the party needed the horse more than they needed him, and so that was the decision that was made.
But
Hopefully we can go back and get him. I really do hope we can go back and get Edward because he really would be a great tank.
yeah.
But that's going all the way back from Port Horvan back.
But
That's not going to happen.
The
Not
point
that
I
quick.
was the point I was trying to make is it would be nice if the mechanics of the campaign made it a little easier for us to get a person who found it a little bit more accommodating to create a tanky type of warrior character.
Yeah, some people enjoy those characters.
And-
That's not me, but some people really enjoy those characters.
Yeah, and because our party really deeply needs one bad, like we're just gonna end up dying if we don't get one.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Well, if
So-
if Kvik disappears, then that's what he'll come back as.
But then we wouldn't have a
Well-
rogue, so
Yeah.
You know what I
well,
mean?
it's one thing or the other. I know. It's how it goes. But I mean,
Well, if Zilpha disappears, she will not come back as a tank because I don't. And it's not that I don't appreciate those characters because they're so necessary, but I don't
Yeah.
enjoy playing those characters.
yeah, that's
You
kind
know?
of what I started off doing. So
Yeah.
I've played those characters 4 or 5 times, and I actually currently have one in another campaign. I am
Yeah.
the tankiest tank ever
You're
in that game.
tanky McTanky
Yes,
pants.
tanky McTanky pants.
And yeah, I mean, there's just when you already are playing that, then it kind of gets old to play it over and over again, And
Right.
so that's
Yeah.
why
and,
I'm
it's-
kind of
and see, I'm still kind of
disappointed.
fresh at that because I'm coming back into having played it. And I've always enjoyed playing the tank and or thief, and
Yeah.
when we came in, we needed the thief, so that's where we have Kvik.
But that's
Yeah.
part of the reason that I'm a little, I don't want to say frustrated with Zelfa because I'm not, I love Zelfa. But I was playing this healer in Michael's campaign, and she was all healer. That was all she wanted to do. And so I don't want to be the healer now. I want to play a cleric that does something else. I don't want to be forced into, Well, there's nobody else to heal, so now I have every one of my level 1 spells is freaking healing now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to
Well, yeah.
have to do that.
No,
But
I totally get that.
but I
And
have to if there's
and
nobody
actually,
else.
that was
That's my job.
Shannon.
Yes.
That was actually part of why I had set part of what played into when I'm setting stuff up that you know, Droxer was going to be with the army, with Lord Barry's army coming to reinforce the group, and you know, that at Orkwatch and all this, and you know, I understand you have a definite sense of urgency going on
Yeah.
with the lycanthropy and getting to an appropriate temple.
Maybe we can
You know,
come back after.
but
I don't know.
so on one side, it's you know, it's the question of, do you want to, and that's kind of the question I was putting to you guys with that whole development.
Right.
Was
The one
are you
thing,
going
Elena,
to go for, you know, try to get to the temple as quickly as possible, or are you going to wait for them to get there and
we were
you know,
never
and
going
be
to
able
wait.
to, you know, have Droxer?
We were
Elena?
never going to wait.
So when you look at the timeline stuff, though, you have until you have, you know, 26 more days at this point until
Right.
you absolutely need to be at a Temple of Attain. And
One
But
thing,
we
though,
don't
Elena?
know. We don't know the timeline.
just over 2 weeks to get there. So,
We don't know the timeline
well, I know,
of
but
how
as I said, they told you
quickly.
they'll be there in 4 days.
But we couldn't
No,
wait
you
4
do know-
days.
you do
we couldn't
know
wait
that
4
you won't-
days. Because we
Even
don't know the
before you got all
timeline.
the information on the lycanthropy, even before you got the information on lycanthropy, I had already told you, you know, that you will not actually shapeshift until the next full moon, the night of the next full moon.
But I know I
Now,
can
some
turn
of the
into an
secondary types of
asshole.
things, that's
I know I can turn
something
into an
else.
asshole, and I can start being aggressive toward the animals and the people in my party, and I can't wait a minute to allow that to happen. If I'm a threat
There was
to Larry or to the other animals or to my friends, I can't. You can't wait a minute.
and can I get a moment?
Yeah, please do. Go right ahead. I'll shut up.
Okay. There was one skip in the timeline, Elena, that really was confusing
User
in the aspect,
disconnected from your channel.
in the sense that we knew that Droxer was in Fort Benson and Barry was in East Point, right? That jump that that he got from Benson to East Point to move in with the armies from there in
Well,
unexpected short time.
Right, the last you knew, but that was when
It
you
wasn't
left.
that far away. I mean, that wasn't that long ago.
Right, but think about all the back and forth you guys have been doing through the hills here over the last couple of weeks, and you know, a single straight run down of a fairly well maintained road takes far less than the amount of time you guys have been running around in the hills.
So in about a week, it was a week or so to get from West Point to Fort Benson.
Yeah, that's only a week. You guys have been in the hills for several, with all the back and forth. You know, resting and waiting at the refuge for 5 days, and
Yeah, as of
yeah,
a week ago
there's
timeline
time for
though,
it.
we were told that Droxer was in Fort Benson within that week. So
Well, as a week ago,
there was a jump.
You were reminded that the last time you saw Droxer, he was at Fort Benson.
I mean, it seemed like it was in the last week of
See
it,
the
but- so
distinction?
that's why there was a jump. But yeah, I
Um,
see what you're saying. He obviously moved there, but
Elena, it would be awesome, I think, if you could put some kind of like knighthoods or something in for warriors, because you've got basically a plan for wizards, and then a house rules plan for priests, but I haven't seen any house rules plans for warriors other than the economy that is essentially designed to nerf warriors from level 1. But if they were part of a knighthood, then maybe they would have more access to the things that they need at level 1 to survive. Like having at level 1 that suit of whatever armor and that whatever weapon, you know what I mean? So that they can be more effective from level 1.
That's certainly something I can work on. I wasn't the different. Yeah, the last time I worked in this campaign setting was quite a few years ago, and the group that campaign wasn't much more of an political intrigue type campaign. So, you know, the group dynamic and all that was drastically different. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Less adventure and more city life, sounds like.
It was never an issue at that point during that, but yeah, it was more a city-based type campaign.
Right. And in dungeons and random encounters and stuff in the wilderness, the party kind of starts with the warrior as the cornerstone, and then you build off of that. So your basic party, like the first player, essentially is the warrior, because they're just the front person, you know, time and time again. And then, you know, you build the party off of that. Then the second player is the cleric, third player is the wizard, fourth player is another warrior, and then the fifth player is a thief maybe. So you kind of have to have basically a front line of warriors for all these other support characters in the party. And right now, all we are is a party of support characters. We don't really have blood and guts warriors.
Have you ever played WoW? Because that's exactly what you're talking about. Like, you're going in a 5-man dungeon, and you need a tank, you need 3 DPS,
Yeah,
and you
but
need a healer.
there's no real aggro
And
in D&D.
Yeah.
There's no aggro in D&D.
Yeah, it's all position.
But the idea
position.
is still the same.
Yeah.
You need somebody.
It's similar, yeah, I give you that.
Yeah,
I
you need
agree.
somebody
we
who's
need a tank,
gonna-
but
Yeah.
You need a
Great
tank. You
person.
need 3 players who are, you know, if you're going to have a 5-person party, you need one person who's going to hold, you know, who's going to get out there in front and just hold the attention and just, they're going to take the hits.
Yeah, kind of similar in D&D, except
Exactly.
in a
Then you have 3 people who are going to be casting the spells or doing whatever to cause the damage, and then you have the one person who makes sure everybody doesn't die.
yeah.
You know?
That's one thing where Zilpha might work on your combat tactics and that instead of rushing up to into the melee, which sometimes it seems like it's been needed, but you have the mobility where, you know, and with the bow, or if you kept your range more, you know, you wouldn't
and you're
get beat up as much.
You're absolutely legit. You are
and-
right about that.
Shannon,
Although in the last
Shannon, a note
battle,
on that, yes. If you're
Although in the
on
last battle-
Larry, you do have the massive mobility. You have amazing mobility. Use that mobility more. You
You're
know,
absolutely
keep moving
right.
so you're distracting things and things like that. Especially when you're shooting at them and hurting at them, they're going to draw more attention away so that the enemies don't become concentrated.
You're absolutely right, and I appreciate you
That
have
is
told me
definitely something
that.
that could be a benefit for your character.
You have told me that, and Josh just talked to me about being more thievy with my thief character. And, you know, when you haven't played in 25 years, you forget how to do those things.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's
I mean,
easy. You know,
there's a huge part of it has been the role play aspect. I mean, you've had this focus, and you go in and you get things done, and it's sort of worked. But you know, these are things that we can look at as we learn. We make adjustments.
Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. And watching Kavik has been really valuable for me. For Cal, always ducking behind shit. And he's always hiding, and he's always doing this, and he's always sneaking out the back. You know, and he's always going over here. That's been really valuable for me because, you know, when you don't play for 25 years, you forget. And when you're playing in World of Warcraft, you don't get to do that kind of subtlety. But I will say that in the last, you know, I was explaining to Elena, in the last battle we had, I legit thought nobody else had a magic weapon. I legit
Right.
thought
Yeah.
nobody else. Yeah, and I legit thought, okay, who are our spellcasters? We've got Antixos. He's limited. Zed's a question mark. Kavik isn't going to be able to hit anything because I forgot
And
he
you're
had
absolutely
magic
right
bullets.
in that instance. I mean, because your bow would have done no good. So
Yeah, the
you
bow
had
would
to
have
get
done
in
no
there.
good.
So
I had to get in there, and
that,
that's
I mean,
why
there are going to be those types of situations that we work with and
But you're
change to.
absolutely
And
right
Yeah.
that other than that last battle, I could be more withdrawing and pulling back and shooting. You're absolutely right, and
Yeah,
you know, I'm trying to remember that.
And there's one of the other ones. One of the other things, Shannon, is you got to remember what you have. Remember the resources you have. You have, several times you forget about that parry up you have, and
Yeah.
that's a huge protective thing. It doesn't
Yeah,
have very many uses, but
if I'd popped
you
that
know.
last round, if I'd popped that last week, I wouldn't be infected now.
Most likely
you
not.
know, You know, but you have to
Possibly.
remember that the most recent exposure I've had to a similar game is I played WoW, and you know, for like 10 years, and then I quit. But the character that I played was a healer paladin. And so you know, it was always I was somebody who was always could take a hit, who was always up front, but could also heal. You know, I wasn't the tank. I wasn't the glass cannon.
So you were playing.
You know.
You were playing Ariella.
Yeah, I was playing Ariella.
She's
That's
very much the tanky
exactly what I
healer.
was.
Yep,
You know,
yep,
and so
she
I
is.
could take the hit, but I would also be healing. And so, you know, to switch mindsets from rush in there and start handling your business to, okay, pull back and start handling your business, or hide over here and handle your business, or go over there and handle your business. You know, that's a paradigm shift for me. You know, because that was my main
Yeah.
character for, you know, I had other characters that I built up to max, but that was never my main. I loved my paladin healer, and I just would play her up. You know, she was I just played her. You know, she was max character, and she would always go into the raids, and she would handle her business. But you know, she could take some hits because she had some serious armor on.
I feel you. When I played WoW, I had back during Lich King era.
Lich
I
King was
had
the
my pally
best.
healer
That was
and-
the
and-
best. Oh God, that was
Oh,
the
yeah.
best. Oh,
Yeah, and I was one of the officers in one of the best raiding guilds on our server. We were actually the third guild on our server to actually
which
down
server
the
were you
Lich King.
on? Which server were you on?
Uther.
Which
We
server?
were on Uther.
Uther. Okay. Yeah, I
Uther.
wasn't on Uther. But yeah, you understand. So, because
But
that was
yeah,
when
I
was
I
that's the
love
peak
playing the
of
pally
my.
healer.
That was the peak of my pally healer was during Lich King. And it was so sweet. Oh, it was perfect. It was so good. And then, you know, after that, I got all the achieves and all the things that you want to have, and all the, you know, I was just so badass. And then I just kind of lost interest and I stopped playing.
Dropping those 50K heals and shit
Yeah,
like that.
hell yeah, motherfucker. I was like, boom, here we go. But I mean, it was real. It felt so good. You're like in the raid and you're just doing your thing, and you know, you got your stuff and you're clicking your buttons and shit's going on, and you're like, yeah, you ain't dead, watch, you know, but yeah. So you have to remember that's my most recent encounter with the closest thing to role playing I had was, you know, I didn't have
Hey, you could role
taken
play in WoW
hits.
if you chose to.
You know, And I could have totally, switched, to a tank. Didn't have the gear for it quite as much because I'd totally geared for a
Yeah, I
for a
actually had
healer.
my off spec was tank, and when we do our little group dungeons, when we do
Yeah.
the even just the heroics, except for a couple of the Lich King ones,
I love Lich King
I would actually
dungeons.
tank and heal at the same time. I would
Oh
actually
yeah, it
tank
was
and heal at the
easy.
same
It
time.
was
I
so
would do both
yeah.
roles, and
It
then you
was
get
no
4
problem.
DPS. You get 4 DPS behind a healer tank, and just everything dies so fast that it doesn't matter that you're not a spectacular tank.